hopefully our angels are hunting for other players, but I guess I could throw out a ping in the main server too. That should hopefully get someone into this mess. Hopefully we can get this rolling. I need an invite link. There we go.
Gotta ping everybody. Make sure they all know.
Okay, everyone. The Blitz game is starting.
I have to imagine that we've got some people who would be willing to hop in if there are any players that are missing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, certainly. 100%. Yep. I guess also what I'll do is I will pin some relevant press channels. Or not pin, but like I'll put some relevant press channels in the commentator channel so we can just reference those really easily, I think is a good idea.
Okay.
Sounds good. Copy.
I keep clicking at instead of hashtag.
The link did not get added properly. Fuck. Let me see here. Let me do it from my phone instead.
Oh, it's because you're on streamer mode. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we'll get a catch. Nice, nice. Okay, we have an Abyssinia. Awesome. We're still missing a player or two. So we might have to delay the start with just a couple minutes. While we search for replacements.
Alright, in that case, let's see.
Hopefully, oh my god. I knew some people weren't going to pop up, but I'm still like afraid of us not getting a full game. That would be stressful.
Yeah, some delay of people. Want me to ping the players and tell them that we're just waiting to make sure we have everybody?
Yeah, right. Good. Since we're starting in just a minute.
I'm gonna tell them no pressing. Yeah,
hold on.
no pressing.
From starting press until we say so. We're still missing a player. Okay, there we go. Ooh. I'm ready for some real speed GMing today. You'll like get the SVG, do the Inkscape stuff, and hopefully just send out stuff as fast as possible. I wrote a little Python program earlier this morning to make the announcements for me. So
honestly, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can get all the timestamps right and so on. Let's see here. thanks to everyone who's already chilling in here with us, by the way. Hopefully we're gonna be a bit more talkative soon enough once the game kicks off, and we'll be able to discuss all the players we have going for us today, and this crazy experience in general. We just have some stuff to figure out still. The start might be a bit rocky, but we're learning.
So, while Flare gets everything started, KOP, are you available for just general commentary stuff, or
Oh,
are
yeah,
you
obviously.
busy too?
I'm
Okay.
just available. Yeah.
So, I'm curious to hear your opinion on what you think the most important centers are in terms of like the negotiation in Spring 01. Like, what's where are your eyes focused?
I'm not sure my eyes are necessarily focused on centers. Obviously, there's a lot of important negotiation with centers in like India, on Russia's borders, in South America. But how people act towards non-centers is more important, I think, because in the first year there are a lot of centers you can get pretty close to doubling without fighting anybody, even as a colonial normally. But it's how other people act when it comes to trying to grab, get into neutrals. Non-centers. Because if someone is forsaking a center to go into a non-center, then you have an idea immediately that there's some sort of conflict there, and that somebody really is seeking to strike at you. So I'm going to be looking at like if France goes into English Channel, if England goes into English Channel. If you see, let's see, Portugal moving down to Geba, Poland. My brain's still turning on, but yeah, Poland moving down to Geba in West Africa near Mali. Things like that really can both telegraph the player's intentions, but also be really, really painful for the player on the receiving end of that treatment.
Yeah. One of the ones that there's two that I've really noticed in some games, which is Spain and the Shoshone have Sonata that they have to worry about, where Spain can really do a lot of damage by violating a DMZ there, and then between Ottomans and Austria, you can go to Sarajevo and really threaten 2 out of the 4 centers that Austria has.
Yeah, get right into Slavonia and just force Austria to have problems.
Yeah.
We saw in at least in my game in Shveria as well that Poland can go into Silesia and do the same thing from the north to Austria, which is just really poor positioning for Austria generally.
Yeah. Austria definitely has its work cut out for it, diplomatically speaking, just because even just doing an arranged bounce for safety cuts off, 25% of your potential growth in the first year. So, you really want to convince people that they want to be, they want a strong Austria on their side rather than, crippling you.
Yeah, it's not an enviable position.
Yeah. I think Shoshone as well have a lot of work to do in terms of convincing their neighbors that a strong Shoshone is to their benefit, just because they do have a lot of neighbors and they don't start with a lot of strengths. Where you have the bigger powers, people like Spain or Netherlands or whatever, where yes, they have a lot of things going on across the board, but any one particular unit being bounced is not particularly devastating for them. I know a lot of people believed going into the Alpha, or Alpha 2 rather, that the Safavids, or Iran, Persia, whatever you want to call them, was the weakest nation by far. And I don't really think the results of the games bore that out, do you?
No, I don't think Safavid's the weakest power. It's not like a particularly powerful one, but they do have some decent positioning in Central Asia. They can't really be attacked by Mughals, and Ottomans have a hard time getting into them. So while it can be hard for them to get out and truly expand, I don't see them dying very much.
Okay. And that's really, in a game like this where there's a set end date, a lot of times it can be better to be a safe power than to be like, the one that has the potential to win in the long game. Just just because you know that there's only going to be so many years.
Yeah.
I was curious to see if anybody had done like endgame statistics of how all of the different powers had performed over all of the Alpha 2 games, but I didn't find anything.
I think Sports was running some of that for the newspaper team.
Okay. I'm definitely curious. I definitely think that Spain looks like probably one of the stronger powers, just based on some of the results, although that may have been biased by having some of the stronger players taking the nation. Do you think that Spain is the power to look for in this game?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm not even necessarily sure that Spain's strength in these games is a result of positioning specifically, right? Because, at least the way I view some of these colonial exchanges, is that you're likely that there will be some relationship between France and England. There will be some relationship between the Netherlands and Portugal. And both of those will either have to be close allies, or these two powers will have to kill each other. It's likely how it goes. Not always, but that's the most likely outcome. And Spain doesn't have that type of relationship with any of the other colonials, because their colony really is just South America. This is uncontested. This is not something you can really think of, like, I'm going to take that away from Spain. Where if you're playing the Netherlands, you can be like, I want to take Brazil, and it's ambitious but doable. You can play France, I want to take America, ambitious but doable.
Right.
But with Spain, you can't be like, I want to take Spain's American colonies away, because you can't. You just can't. And you can be like, I want to take away the Philippines, but even if you're the Netherlands, that's going to take a couple of years. And while you're doing that, you could get stabbed by Portugal, you can get stabbed by Tokugawa, you can get stabbed by Portugal from a different direction, you can stab by Ayutthaya. It's not particularly that I think Spain's centers put it in the strongest position, even. Like I said, it's just the relationships between the other colonials that really, I think, emphasize how Spain's concentrated nature really plays well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that Spain has almost two sets of, core territory that really set it apart from the other colonials, where, maybe you don't
Guys,
think that...
we have all players.
Ooh, you know what time it is?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, starting in 5 minutes.
Sounds like a plan. Spain specifically has such a strong start in the Mediterranean, with having 3 fleets to everyone else having 1, that I feel like you can kind of count that as a second set of core territory. Definitely contestable by the Ottomans, but...
Yeah, it's a good point. It's something I neglected to mention, but yeah, these, all the fleets in Spain plus the fleet in Naples there's literally only 2 other fleets total that can even come close to doing anything to them, and that's Austria and Tunis. Yeah.
And Austria's fleet tends to get kind of bottled up, just like in vanilla, so...
Yeah, you kind of get stuck here, and the moment you start building a fleet, Spain will take notice and start to work on you.
Now, one possible thing that we can look at is that the Ottomans definitely can build a ton of fleets. They have a bunch of coastal provinces, so that's available to them. But then the question is that really a viable strategy for expansion when you have so many neighbors?
Yeah, and I mean, you have to really play well, I think, as the Ottomans to be able to build that many fleets to contest Spain. And then the other problem, at least as I see it, is that where Spain has, like, Valencia can go to Albronsy, Gibraltar can go to Gibraltar, Barcelona can go to, like, any of these 3 that border it. If you want to build fleets as the Ottomans, you have to move through Levantine Sea and Aegean Sea and then Ionian Sea for, like, most of them. So your fleet movement into the Med is bottlenecked in the Ionian, which Spain can contest.
Yeah. Actually, Spain has the same issue with the Gulf of Mexico. Like, yes, you can build a ton of fleets facing the Caribbean, but then they all have to channel through one huge sea province. And so, really, the question, like, would you ever build more than one fleet bordering that, because the rest of them would just be, I don't know, supporting movement out into the Gulf of Mexico maybe, but it definitely is a slow trickle of fleets as opposed to, a blitzkrieg.
As opposed to like just an avalanche of unstoppable power.
Mm-hmm. Which is what somebody with a bunch of little islands can do.
Yes, something like these English and French outposts in the Caribbean really are suited for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Inuits are another power. Oh, go.
No, go ahead.
Inuits are another power that I think, their route of expansion kind of has to be sea-based, and I think that the Inuits are definitely one of the more interesting strategic positions, just because you say, where do I want to send my fleets? Do I want to try to circle the whole top of the globe, which is a lot more viable than it might sound at first? Do I want to move down into the Pacific? Do I want to move down into the Atlantic? There's a lot of different directions that the Inuits can kind of go. And I think it's something that you don't really see on other global variants, just because, there are not usually, a power in northern Canada, but it definitely makes things a lot interesting.
Yeah, I think when you play Inuit, at least you really have to consider how powers are doing when you decide where to expand. And when I say how powers are doing, it's not just like how many centers they have or how close they are to VSCC, but also how their relationships are with one another. Because if Tokugawa is allied to like Ming and Qing, then you have to be really concerned as Inuit about Tokugawan expansion into the Pacific, threatening your interests in Hawaii, in Aleutians, and maybe with a long shot play into Alaska. So you have to be worried about that, I think. And so
yeah,
you might,
for sure.
in that situation, I think as Inuit, you might not want to expand with around the northern globe bit, because you're going to weaken Russia by doing that, and Russia will already be getting pounced on by Qing in a situation where Qing and Tokugawa are having a decent relationship.
Alright, hello there guys.
Hello.
We are 1 minute from game start, so I will start my recording now, if that's alright.
Go right ahead.
Hello there everyone, I'm Flare, and today we're gonna commentate the first ever game of Imperial Diplomacy Blitz. Together with me, I have for this first session 2 of our amazing commentators. Would you like to present yourselves?
I'm Damien. I was the England in Alpha 2, and with me is...
I'm KingOfPrussia. I was the France in Alpha 2. We played in the same game, and we were best friends.
Oh yeah, and after.
And
Awesome.
became best
All
of
right.
friends.
Well, we're entering a very hyped moment because we're starting the game right now. Hello,
right.
and here's the announcement. All right, there we go. Awesome. So, damn, this is gonna be quite an experience. We're gonna be here for 9 hours, at least I will.
Only here
working on
4 for me. Thank God.
Yeah, only 4 hours for you.
Oh my God.
So,
This is flying.
you guys had some pre-discussion before the game, but what do you guys think about the players we have on this board? What do we know about the colonial players, which will of course dictate much of this game?
We'll talk
so
about
I know
that.
Spain is probably the most well-known of the duos. I know that a huge amount of the interest and
do you mean
attention...
England? Sorry, but...
Oh, yes. Thank you, England. You are correct. That the England player is going to be Diplostrat's duo of Captain Meme and Ezio. And they definitely generated a huge amount of interest in this variant with some of their videos. But we've also got some other strong players too. So.
Yeah, that's the one people are looking at.
I'm really interested in the Dutch players because I know one of the players playing in the Netherlands played them during Alpha 2 as well, Sarcastic Scribe, and joined with Sarcastic Scribe we have Evolution, which is old-time player of the community, popping in once in a while. So that duo is gonna be fun to see, I think. I haven't really seen Evo play a lot. Have any of you two seen him?
I've played with him a couple of times, and I've subbed in for him one time. And so while I don't like hear his name necessarily in when people talk about good players on the spot, I think that anyone who underestimates him in this game is in for a rude surprise, because he's not to be underestimated.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. So some other fun positions are, of course, Poland, Lithuania, who will be controlled by the scary Salt.
Oh, yes.
So he's also bordered by Ice Cream Guy in Austria, which looks like a really scary area, if I gotta say so.
Europe is looking stacked.
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. There's a lot of good players. Press started. It's really cool just seeing all the channels light up. By the way, do you guys actually see the press channels?
Yes, I do at least. I don't know if...
Okay, awesome.
I do not. If I
Okay,
don't know.
Oh, you do not, right? Because you don't have
Spectator.
a role for it. Yes,
you
let
need
me give
spectator.
Ah, perfect.
There you go.
Thank you. Yep.
In case any of the amazing spectators we have here today, ping us. Ping us for any cool press, such as... Okay, so we actually have some press between Poland and Austria going down. It was linked in the stream chat. It looks like we might have a DMC in Silesia between these two, which should allow both Poland and Austria to go very aggressive in early game, pick up neutrals and possibly go for double. Harder for Poland, of course. But
Yeah, I think Austria and Poland, at least both by the position and the players, are likely to either be extremely steadfast allies, like we saw in Alpha 1 Aster, which was Austria and Poland kind of dominated Europe together, or and that's the position at least, is I think they should do that. But the players, Salt and Ice Cream Guy, can be extremely brutal with a knife, and
yeah,
that's something to be concerned about.
yeah, that's gonna be exciting. Yeah, okay, so I wonder what's going on in the rest of the world. I haven't fully memorized the player lists, but I feel like we have a couple interesting players, like, all over the board. But let me check out some of the players we've got going on. We of course have one of the winners from the Chaos game, with Lock Holmes playing Ayutthaya. So I'm really interested in seeing how he managed to wrangle this possession, because Ayutthaya didn't really perform that well during A2. What do you guys think about the power of Ayutthaya in general? It was very strong during the first alpha, but dropped off a bit.
I think that the problem, I mean, all good powers, all well-designed powers in a good game like this are going to have disadvantages, but Ayutthaya, it's just so advantageous for Spain and Maputha in order to kill them, whatever they're called.
Mughals?
No, the Ayutthaya or Amara.
Ayutthaya.
We're talking about
We're talking about Ayutthaya.
Okay,
In
so
Asia.
Ayutthaya, definitely, they've fallen down, I think, because they had some of their free neutrals taken away, if I remember correctly. So they definitely down a bit on people's rankings. I don't think that their big problem is the Mughals necessarily. I think it's the colonial powers.
Yeah,
That's fair enough.
I tend to agree. I think that in the current position, I haven't played down there in this iteration, but at least in A1, the indies are both difficult to get into at all, because there are, like, it's just very complicated with how many places you have to go through and how many choke points there are. But also because I think it's Ayutthaya, one of the key spots, at least in my opinion, for having greater influence in East Asia and just kind of projecting power is controlling the Philippines. I know in Alpha 1 Aster I did that as Tokugawa to great effect, because you can really start to, like, go any direction from the Philippines. But for Ayutthaya especially, and for most powers generally, it is actually difficult to launch an attack on the Philippines. You have to telegraph it a year in advance, really, by, like, getting like a
Yeah, it's very tight.
You have to telegraph it.
There's
And unless Spain is like being actively attacked or there's like some sort of chaos, you're not really going to get in here very well. And I think the combination,
that makes sense.
the combination of it being difficult to expand into the Indies and into the Philippines kind of limits them, and we see that the performances have dropped off as a result.
Yeah, I
sure.
do agree with that, and I think that another factor is that it's just in general in diplomacy difficult to attack island nations. I mean, we see that in vanilla with England, but it's just the fundamental problem is that you have, when you dislodge a unit on the land, it's pretty reasonable to either force a disband or to at least force the retreat to head in a direction that's favorable towards you. In the sea, there tends to be so many adjacencies that really you kind of just feel like you're taking the center, but then they just retreat somewhere where they're going to harass you for the coming years.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. Especially if you are fighting in like around Sumatra here, next to the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So
Yeah.
I would like to just point out some good press that's also been pinged to me in the Spectator channel. The first thing that France has proposed to Netherlands is a plan which some of you may be familiar with, which is doing this.
Ooh.
And just killing England.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so that's very exciting.
Which
So they're opening to Stubborn Bite an English channel.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and I do wonder what you guys think about like the idea of being, you know, of Captain Neiman at CO being so like high profile. Do you think that works against them? Do you think that that's to their benefit?
Yeah, good question. You can go ahead.
Double-edged sword.
Okay.
Double-edged sword, I think. Because people are going to be more scared of you, and you can either work that can either work well or poorly, and it really depends on the strength of the players you're next to and how they react. It's really dependent, I think, like I said, on the players next to you, because players that are like scared of you will either be much more, they'll be more compliant in press in any case. In press, it will do what you say, or they'll say that they'll do what you say, and they'll be all forthcoming and whatnot, and that either, like frankly, it either does hold or it doesn't hold when moves come out, and you just have a hard way of knowing. So either people are going to be scared of Captain Meme, so they're going to coalition Captain Meme and SEO and just kill them, or they're going to be scared of them, so they're going to not want to fight them, they're going to work with them, they're going to be buddies. And it's, like I said, it's just really hard to know until moves come out, whether that's going to work for them or against them. But it's another thing they have to keep track of.
I do always wonder whether, you know, just the allure of being internet famous, of being, you know, the bad guy in a big video that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are going to see makes it so that they're that much more likely to get stabbed at some point.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I just recently finished watching the 6 Weeks of Chaos series, finally.
Oh, yep.
And Ezio talks a lot about like the perceived vision of him as a brutal stabbing player, and that's of course something that's your reputation and player type is gonna be more well commonly known, which of course has some consequences. Hold on, I have a thing to take care of. You guys go on.
Okay. I'm just looking at English press right now to see if they're going to fall for any of this. And let's see. So in England, France, it's all friendly, it looks. I don't see any suggestions of a balance between England and France, which is a bad sign for France already. France, sorry. No suggestions of an English channel bounce, which is a bad sign for England in this position, because, I mean, as we both know, Damien, this is a very,
I will say that as I was talking with Captain Meme just before the game launched, and he, you know, somewhat tongue-in-cheek asked me any advice for playing England, and I said, don't let France into the channel. So,
yeah,
not that I think he needed that advice, but I would be very surprised to see it happen.
If Meme gets stabbed like this, it will be hilarious, and I think that's why France is going to go for it. But there's no way it shouldn't work. It shouldn't. But it might.
Yeah, and I think part of it is that in vanilla diplomacy, the English Channel is like probably the ultimate distillation of the prisoner's dilemma. Like neither player ever really wants to go there, but when you have so many more units and a wider board, it's just not worth it in order to take the chance. I don't think. I think that you
Play safe.
you bounce there every time.
Yeah, you have to bounce there every time. I think it's irresponsible. As France, you can get away with not bouncing, but there's nothing better to do with your unit. So like, I don't know what you're doing unless you're attacking Netherlands, but like no.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a very interesting thing about the Nantes unit, I think. Like, it doesn't have a neutral that it can get to other than
Yeah.
Ghent.
yeah, if it was like
So either it,
then I think that this like, if you could go to Rockle Rise with Nantes, I think you'd see a lot more flexibility with that unit for sure.
yeah, that would be very interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. It kind of removes Iceland as English center, I suppose. As yeah, I think it's interesting. And I do. I'm not sure what I want to do about the Nantes unit. I've considered if I need to change it or not. Just to like change the England-France dynamics a bit, because they're a bit chaotic right now, as we all know.
Just a couple of things. I will say that was one of the reasons that I think France in attacking England like this is so powerful, is because you have nothing better to do with the unit anyways. You're not really taking an opportunity cost to do it. The other thing is that in the England-Netherlands channel, Captain Beam is saying he wants to go to the channel in year 1 regardless, which is responsible to do this.
Oh, okay.
This is responsible.
Makes sense.
Because I also think just like long
I
term,
wonder which unit he does that with. If it's London or
you do it with
okay,
London.
it's London. Makes sense.
Because with
So you just
London,
give up Scandinavia then.
yeah, with London, your other option is to go to Bergen, to Scandinavia, and this is a more tenuous center to hold on to. In the long term, Sweden's always going to be eyeing it up for whenever you're weak to just go take it. And I think just walling this off and saying I don't want anything to do with this is probably the wisest move you can make.
Yeah, I of course started playing England a bit during A2, and Bergen was one of those centers I really just didn't saw as mine, even though it was pretty much guaranteed year 1. So yeah, but yeah, I think it. Okay, I actually got an interesting question for you guys here. Would you open to Iceland or Ireland? Because I think it's a.
Iceland.
So,
that's definitely something that I considered for a while during my opening, and I would say that ultimately Ireland is a more secure center. So you can always, like, if you look at the two from like a mathematical standpoint, not from a geographical standpoint, then Ireland is just exactly the same as Iceland, except that it has one additional adjacency. And so taking Iceland first, I think, is smart, just because Ireland will always be there for you to pick up later.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I also think that I think the other thing with Iceland, at least, is that if you don't take it, you're going to have Russia and or Inuit asking like, "Hey, could I have Iceland?"
Exactly.
And
you don't want Spitsbergen going to Greenland Sea.
I mean, I'm not sure it's necessarily a bad thing in like positionally, because Russia's never going to really be able to attack England from this direction. I don't think Russia's ever going to attack England. It just they don't have the firepower against the island nation with all the fleets.
That's fair.
But at least in my view, if you take Iceland immediately, then you're not going to have to deal with Russia asking for it, and because your relations with Russia could be important if they end up fighting Sweden. And so you just want to preserve that flexibility and then make sure that you don't have to deal with this potentially throwing a wrench into things and making Russia resentful of you.
Yeah, because attacking Sweden is pretty much the only way to expand your Europe without attacking another colonial.
Yeah, something like this.
But I think that most Swedens are going to be willing to hand over Bergen, at least for the first year or two. They have enough available dots to them where they don't need to contest Bergen. I'm curious if you guys have seen any Swedens do particularly well, because I think in most games that I've seen, they have not done well.
Yeah, they're one of the weaker powers. That's for sure.
I think
I'm not even really sure what a successful Sweden game ultimately looks like. I think it might be, coalitioning against Russia. Maybe is how you ultimately succeed with them. But I mean, it's just tough.
I think you gotta kill Poland very early.
Yes, you do. I agree. I strongly agree. Sorry, go ahead.
Because that unlocks such a strong expansion path. The centers in Poland are so tight together. So if you can manage to get like Gdansk, Krakow, Warsaw, Königsberg, you have this very solid core. You core something around there, and then you just try to take Eastern Europe. Is what I say.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's difficult to see how Sweden can achieve that without the majority of the spoils going to Austria or Russia. But I mean, it's a tough position either way.
So as I see it, as Sweden, your goal in attacking Poland is specifically to get Lubeck, Brandenburg, Gdansk, and Königsberg to start and hold on to Narva, and from there you can choose your pick of whether your ally is going to be Austria or Russia. And in my opinion,
yeah, that makes sense.
Because the number one thing, the only thing that really matters in stabbing Poland is that you can control the Baltic. Because what happens to so many Swedes, right, in the position at least, is that in the long term, Poland will end up coring one of these centers. Like Poland will core like Brandenburg, for example, and be like, I want to fight Netherlands with this core, Sweden, so you can't stop me from doing it. And then Poland will have one fleet from the start. They'll build like a second one to bounce Sweden. And then one year, when Poland decides Sweden has outlived its usefulness, Poland will build a fleet in Gdansk, a fleet in Vilno, and a fleet in like Brandenburg, and Sweden just dies. You just die.
Right.
Because you're immediately going to lose at least one center. You're going to be boxed in up here. You're going to be crippled, and at that point, there's no Russia to help you attack Poland. There's no Austria to help you attack Poland. So you just lose, and it's game over.
Yep. That makes sense
to me. Yeah, and Poland, on the other hand, I'm always impressed by how well Poland's tend to do, just because if you just look at it on a map, it looks like they're surrounded and don't have a whole lot of expansion, but Poland's have historically done quite well, so...
The other thing
I don't know if that's due to the weakness of Russia or, why Poland's tend to do so well.
Other thing I want to touch on is that Spain has immediately leaked. So what happened was France and Netherlands made an alliance chat with Spain to have a three-way alliance, and Spain immediately leaked that to England and told them about it. So there's not going to be any surprise stabbings.
The Caribbean colony has done quite well.
But there's not going to be any surprise stabbings on England in this game, I don't think.
Okay.
England has been given a heads up. Pretty much. Not directly, but like... I think that when France and Netherlands looked for a three-way alliance with Spain, there was exactly one person who was the target of this sort of attempted alliance, and it's England. And they're not stupid. So they should figure that out pretty quickly.
Okay. Now, do you think that France is actively hostile towards England? Because if so,
yes.
I think that England's game becomes quite difficult, mostly because of how intertwined they are in North America.
Yes, let me scroll. I'm just looking through their void to get their thoughts more specifically, but everything I've seen says that France wants to stab England and take everything they can from them, which, like you said, I think I agree, is really bad for England. I think as England, the later the fight is...
Oh, there we go. Sorry. My internet died for a minute, but I'm back now.
Welcome back.
That was scary. Okay, let's hear. I'm just gonna double check that we have all orders, and then I'm gonna lock orders.
I think the later you can push a fight, if you're England, the later you can push the fight with France, the better off you'll tend to be, because you'll consolidate the North Atlantic and you'll consolidate the Caribbean a little bit, because you have more centers down here, unless France fights you. So you're going to just have better positions in America, in the Caribbean, and France won't be able to touch you in Europe, so you'll win in the long term, is how I see it.
Okay.
So, that's part of why, as France, I stabbed England, because I was like, nope. I don't want any part of that. That's my analysis of that area.
Well, we have seen a few games, not a large amount by any means, but a few games where England and France have been successful at working together, sort of a, Anglo-French juggernaut of sorts.
Yeah, if they work together, it's very powerful, and I don't think there are many powers that can do much to an England-France alliance, because they'll just conquer a lot of stuff. The problem is that if one of the powers knifes the other, especially England and France, in my view at least, then it rapidly becomes a really bad position for the power who gets stabbed.
I do think it's a little tougher in order to engineer the perfect knife in a blitz game, just because you have so little time in order to really work it out.
True, actually.
Go.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, because I've seen that colonials, at least England and France and Netherlands, from what I've looked at, have been dividing this by roles, by press, by who's going to talk to America, who's going to talk to Africa, who's going to talk to Asia. But I think that especially given that insight you just had about engineering the perfect stab and how it could be difficult, that there's a lot of value potentially to be had in having one person do all the press and one person do all the tactics.
Oh, that's a good point. I do like that idea.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we'll see people shift their roles a little bit as the game goes on, just because the tactics, even year one, is borderline tactics free, right?
Yeah, year one, you can prepare, you can set it up. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
But like, if you're trying to stab somebody, when you get to year 4, when you have like 50 units, I think you're gonna have to assign somebody to be permanently on tactics at all times and just preparing different. Like, you're gonna have to be sitting in your void, and they're gonna have to be preparing different sets of orders to implement depending on how negotiations go.
Yeah, I agree. It takes me more than 20 minutes to do a set of Imperial Diplomacy orders, even when when I don't have to negotiate. So,
yeah, I can pull some orders out of my out of nowhere, but even that, it's very difficult in a short time span to like properly analyze. For example, just be very granular in North America. Like, what's the difference between moving your army to Estrie? Like, if you say you have an army in Estrie, what's the difference between like moving it to Portland or to Massachusetts or to Mohawk? You're gonna have a very difficult time properly sitting down and analyzing, and so you might blunder some tactics, and it might be harder to get off that stab, and it probably will be more chaotic as a result. Yeah. Anyways,
I am excited to see
orders
the
are
first
locked.
set of orders. Yeah. So
we'll be looking at those in a moment here. I'll just stand up for a second. Stretch.
I'm working on adjudication right now, but my computer is not handling this super well for some reason, which is not amazing. I'll probably just disconnect from the voice chat while I do this, and I'll be back in just a minute.
Right. So the commentary shall continue regardless.
Yes.
Also, the other thing I like to note, there are a few other things going around the world that we didn't get to touch on. I saw at least a channel being created for a triple between Ming, Qing, Tokugawa. This is really bad for colonial powers, really bad for Russia, really bad for Ayutthaya, really bad for Mughals, really bad for Spain, really bad for Portugal, really bad for Netherlands in the area. But really, but quite good as an option for all of these powers. So that's something that we'll have to watch and see if that comes true.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that Ming and Qing definitely make for great allies in the early game. I think that they end up stabbing each other, but they can do fantastic in the first few years together.
Yes. The other thing that happened is there is a channel between all of the American regionals. I don't know if they're intending on cooperating at all, but they do have like a group chat of 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count. Okay. So we'll see how that goes.
Is that the requisite anti-colonial group chat that seems to pop up in every game?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Spain and Oot have organized a bounce in Sonora.
That's smart.
Yes. Let's see. Russia and Sweden didn't do much press, so they're probably gonna be enemies. Russia.
Yeah, that's incredible to me, because Sweden really only has 2 neighbors of note.
Yes, you only do press with these 2. I don't understand how you can do so little press with them, but we'll see. It's because Sweden was doing a ton of press with Poland. Poland is
interesting.
well, if let's see. Poland has told Sweden that they're attacking Russia immediately. We'll see if that happens, but Poland told Sweden that he's like doing this immediately. So, and even after orders locked, he's still telling him about this plan to just crush Russia. So I think Poland is serious about an alliance with Sweden. We'll see if it's the other way around. As Sweden, like I said, I wouldn't really want to be allied to Poland because you're going to end up crippling yourself in the long run anyways.
I mean, at this point, I think Sweden might just need whatever allies he can get. But not at least exploring the possibility of a Russian alliance seems strange to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you do want to be allied to Russia in any case. Let's see, of course, Russia and Poland are talking about doing this. So Poland, we'll see what SALT actually does. SALT has just promised support to both of these powers against each other. But yeah, not much press. Like, that was, like, they didn't press right before orders were due, so I don't know, we'll see.
So England and Portugal have a ton of press with each other.
Oh, orders just came through, so I'm going to copy paste that map on top of this one, and we can do a quick analysis. Okay, English Channel bounce. Yeah, France and Netherlands versus England. Except they're not hard committing in the Americas. England moved to Massachusetts, expecting to maybe bounce. He also go to Massachusetts Bay. So England averted a French attack pretty well here, I think. The only thing he didn't do very well is he didn't go to Antilles Current, which means he's going to have to deal with a bit of a guessing game all around here with regards to Bahamas and Santo Domingo, Puerto Rico, and Barbuda. This is going to be very annoying for England to deal with.
The Bermuda bounce is interesting.
Well, this I think this is like interesting, but also very necessary for England. There's not much better to do with Bermuda in the early game, I don't think. And this really averts some of the tactical failings of the English position that I think you and I both know about as a result of me landing this move. Is that this just becomes untenable if France is here. And so England, by averting that, by putting his army in the way of any shenanigans in this direction, has really saved himself from a terrible position. Now, the downside for France in doing this is that, for some reason, I don't know what the negotiations or whatever, they decided to prioritize getting Cree and not getting Papinachua. So they're likely to lose at least one of these centers if Inuit and Athabasca are cooperating, which they certainly appear to be. Yeah, so it's Inuit-Athabasca alliance. So France is going to do poorly in Growth in America. They sacrifice one of their centers up here. Maybe both. If Inuit cooperates with England, Inuit can do this, England can do this. France could gain only 2 centers in North America for this stab, which is really, really bad, by the way. That's really bad. Because you don't get much positionally either.
Yeah. I'm looking over at Europe, and I see Spain went to Rome, Naples to Rome, which is very unusual. You usually see Tyrrhenian Sea, and Austria is positioned in order to try to take Rome from them or snipe Naples. So I think we're likely to see conflict between Spain and Austria for sure. Ottoman moves are very favorable for Austria. Polish moves are not as committal as... Oh wow. Okay, Helsingfors went to Skov, so that's about as committal as you get from Sweden. Sweden's definitely all in against Russia.
Russia's dead.
Poland...
Russia's dead.
Really?
Ottomans went Smyrna, Constantinople. This is the most hostile thing you can do as Ottomans to attack Russia early on. Russia's gonna die. I'm sorry, Russia, you're dead. I don't know what happened in press, but dead.
Qing went all out against Russia as well, so I think that it's fair to say that Russia is on the defensive.
Russia is cooked. Your goose is cooked. If you don't have like a decent,
Yeah.
my computer's at chugging right now. There we go. Here we're back. But yeah, Russia's dead. It's unfortunate. But I just don't. I don't see how you hold.
Yeah, when you're attacked by all of your neighbors like this, it's definitely very, very tough. I don't know. It's almost one of those things where you say, I'm so dead that maybe one of my neighbors pulls off because they don't want me to die that much, die that quickly, you know? But it's definitely a tough situation.
We'll see if that happens. Like, the power I could see doing that would be, like, Safavids, maybe? Because, like, the only thing Safavids really get out of Russia is, like, Astrakhan and Turkestan. Sweden's gonna fight you for Verco, whatever, and Qing is gonna get into the east here. And so you don't get that much. So Safavids might be tempted to be like, okay, Russia, I want Turkestan, and then I will support you in Tbilisi, and we can still be friends. But that's possible. I don't think it's particularly plausible, especially in a blitz game, for a tournament like that to happen, but it's possible.
True. No, I do think that the blitz game aspect of it means that people tend to commit to one course of action and just continue with it rather than be talked into, changing course. You just don't have enough time for that in a lot of cases.
Let's see. Blitz friend of other things that are going on. Athapaska gets good expansion. Mali, I think, is going to do poorly in this game. Netherlands and England get along very well. So Netherlands gets Aha. Mali's not going to get either of these two centers. Mali got bounced, so Mali's not getting Kiki, whatever, because Portugal will bounce him in the fall. And yeah, this is just a very bad situation to be in. This Mali, he's going to have to fight for his life immediately.
He should still get 3 though, right? He's got Timbuktu, he's got Kakwa and Kanem. He can get Kanem through Saha 3.
He'll get Kanem and Timbuktu. He won't get Kuala because he'll get bounced by the Portuguese fleet that just got landed here.
Okay, yeah, so he gets 2 builds. That's real tough.
Yep.
In fact, that's possibly fatal.
Yep.
Alright, finally. I had some errors, but I'm finally back on. So what's been going on here? Sorry.
Okay,
Russia's dead.
Oh yeah, I'll rush to it. First thing, Russia is dead. They're gonna fight Sweden, Poland, Ottomans, Safavids, and Qing. Russia is dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is gonna die.
Shit,
The other thing is
that's insane.
England and France stabbed each other. So bounced an English channel. Netherlands went to Southern Bight. France is going to do really poorly in the Americas because they might not get any builds from any of these centers, right? Which is just tough because they moved. This is just really poor tactically. I think France, you gotta do this and then secure this.
How does that come back with?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I don't know. And they bounced here, and England got into here, so it's just really bad for France. Really, really bad for France. Of course, this is France's one area of like kind of good-ish tactics because he can force England to do some really unusual bounces with Barbuda and Bahamas, but even then, it's not particularly tempting. Let's see, the thing is that Congo and Netherlands are friends because Congo is going this way. So they've come to an agreement about like this being the border-ish, and so they're going to be chill. And we're just getting to other
But they're not even going for Cape O. That's very interesting.
Nope.
Cool.
Let's see. So also looking around the map, it looks like Abyssinia and Azeron have an arrangement, at least for now, to not fight, which makes sense. These two powers can expand elsewhere and focus on bigger threats.
Makes sense.
Yes. No hands have really.
Oh, interesting. They're going Hobyo to Majirtin.
Yes, they're going for.
So not going into Arabia.
So I guess these two probably have an agreement where like they want to really have a demarcated border instead of getting all tangled up like they usually do. Is how I view this.
Makes sense.
The other thing that's going on, theirs is a triple between Tokugawa, Qing, and Ming.
How fun.
Which is really good for Tokugawa and decently good for Qing and Ming. Not as good, but I think Tokugawa benefits the most out of this, just naturally.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yes, and then other than that, there aren't any obvious fights being picked. Like Portugal and Netherlands are getting along. Spain is like picking a fight with Aymara, kind of, but I think he's also kind of forced into these moves, so it's not particularly compelling. I just imagine Aymara does get dotted here, just out of inertia.
I'm interested in seeing that Aymara doesn't open to a Guarani, which is like one of their strongest non-supply centers to move into early on.
Yeah,
I'm actually really surprised that Aymara allowed Spain into Peru Basin because.
Oh yes,
this has been doing this has been done a lot to Aymara's. I actually agree. That's a good point. This should have been a bounce.
Yeah. But I mean, if you are willing to trust them, they have access to Galapagos for free. So what are the chances they go into one of your home centers? That being said, I think Spain really benefits from just crippling Aymara right off the start. So, take it for what it's worth.
Yep. Yeah, because Aymara.
I do think it's interesting. Over in Indonesia. Sorry.
Asia, you said?
Indonesia. So the Sulu Sea, the Dutch have Manado, and the Spanish have Sulu Sea unit. Those can only really go for one center, which is Cotabato, and we've seen those two powers conflict over that specific center quite a bit in year one. I'm curious to see how that ends up panning out.
Yeah.
The Dutch do have an opening that doesn't contest for Cotabato, but they didn't go for it. So
yeah, they could have done.
Yeah, I'm always like equally amazed when the Dutch go for Celebes Flores, because they're just giving up both Flores and Dani to Portugal.
Right.
Which I don't agree with.
Well, this could be bad for Spain in the long term, though, because if Portugal and Netherlands are getting along, then they're both going to want to stab Spain, because Netherlands will want this, and Portugal will want this, and Portugal will want...
That's fair enough.
What else will Portugal want from Spain? Just that, really.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of potential in a Netherlands-Portugal partnership, of course, though. Okay, so 10 minutes left on the place.
Yes.
How do you guys think the players are feeling right now?
England feels good, France feels bad, Netherlands feels decent, Portugal feels decent, Spain feels good. Sorry, that's just a quick lightning round.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Russia feels decent because he won't have to deal with anything for much longer.
Yeah, Russia can lay out. Let's see. I'm not very good at drawing, but you could like this. You get like a bed like that. You get a nice pillow. You get a nice blanket.
Oh wait, Poland moved to Smolensk. I missed that move.
Yes, Russia's
dead. Huge.
Russia's dead. And then.
The Poland can take Königsberg with Gdansk. That's good for the Polish-Swedish alliance here.
Go to sleep.
There's not a bounce in Kola. Okay, Novgorod is in Karelia. Yeah. The border between Russia and Sweden might have too many non-supply center tiles on too few units.
Maybe, but I also don't think these two powers should really be stabbing each other very often. So I don't know why.
Yeah, I agree.
Often. Like these two should be doing this. Like this is what you should be doing.
Oh yeah. Wait, yeah, Sweden. Okay, Sweden is not going to Trondheim here. Is Sweden going like +2?
Depends on what Russia does.
They have to do some a little unfortunate guessing, I think.
They're gonna do this.
Yeah.
They're just gonna do this, and they're gonna see if that works.
Okay, so Kola to Helsingfors, Pskov to Narva, Stockholm can't get anything, and then Skagerrak gets like Copenhagen or Christiania or Bergen.
Well, I also don't think there's much opportunity cost in Sweden doing this, because nobody else, the only other person who can threaten them is Poland. So like if you get two builds, you can be like, oh shoot, that's a low number, that's bad. But you just build an army here, and you build an army like here, and then you get your two builds that you need anyways, and your other fleet in like Copenhagen or whatever, or in Christiania probably. You get a fleet in Christiania this year, then you just transfer it down, and you're fine. There's no downside to this.
It's also worth noting that the Dutch are not contesting for any of the northern German centers, so Sweden has that in their back pocket.
True.
That's a good point.
Yeah, or Poland. Poland can get Bremen here.
Yeah.
True.
Poland could.
Yeah, they just get Brandenburg and Bremen here, and then jump off both Lubeck and Kiel.
Salt has a really powerful position. That's a good point. I think that
Yeah, no, this is amazing for Poland.
yeah, this is shaping
Super
up.
scary.
I think that Austria might be more tempted to stab Poland now because Poland is getting such a good go of things.
Yeah, no, this is looking terrifying for them.
If I was Ice Cream Guy, I would be phoning Sweden to be like, hey, let's have a defense pact if either of us get stabbed.
Here's the thing, though, is that Austria is already so heavily geared into war with Spain that you kind of wonder whether they can even consider that. Like
Yeah.
the moves to surround Rome like that, and then Spain taking Rome are just so hostile that
When they take Rome as well, yeah, they just support take Rome here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And that's why I think as Austria, you're going to say to Sweden, like, let's do a defensive pact, because then if you get attacked, you know, maybe Sweden will join you and it's gonna be fine. But as Austria, you're not really gonna act on this. You're gonna like say things like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being attacked by France, so I can't help." Good luck with that, though. And that'll be that.
Yeah, that's funky. Oh, yeah, okay. How is Safavid doing? Safavid is not... Okay, so they're moving Shiraz up around. Shiraz is like the unit I always look at for Safavid openings. So they're just solidifying the core, getting ready to move wherever, by the looks of it.
I do think that Safavid's Ottomans are smart in order to stay friendly with each other. I think that is a self-destructive war. You really need a safe front, both of you do, and you both benefit from not fighting there. So seeing as how Russia looks to be doing poorly, I think that them both sending their units aggressively northward together makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Have you guys talked about Mali?
Yes,
Mali
we
is
did.
doing poorly. 2 centers.
Yeah, this is not amazing for Mali, gotta say.
It's only a
They
plus.
get
It's
with 2 in Panem, but
it's a +2,
The rest?
and it's England that gets together well with Netherlands, and it's a Netherlands that gets along well with Portugal, and it's a Poland who's doing well enough in Europe that he's gonna be willing to just bunker down and commit to taking care of this problem. This is really bad for
exactly.
Mali. Mali's not.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Mali.
So Mali is not dead like Russia. Russia is dead, right? Russia is just gone. There's nothing you can do there, unfortunately. But Mali is like, it's teetering on the edge. You know, there's a right here. There's a nice edge, and you're bouncing on the edge of it.
Well, I think Ezio said it best, which is that I don't know necessarily that even if all 5 of the units surrounding Mali were controlled by the same player, that you could win that fight. Like, Mali's position is so good. Like, yes, they are, you know, they're probably in as poor of a position as they can get right now, but at the end of the day, they are 4 armies in a tightly contested, tightly grouped knot of supply centers, and that's just really difficult to break, especially when a lot of people are bringing, you know, their reinforcements are going to be fleets. So
Yeah,
I
we'll
think
have to see builds.
at least, because I think just the fact that Congo is this peaceful towards the Netherlands really changes that, because usually Netherlands has to build fleets, a lot of fleets, off of Guinea just to stay alive, but they don't really have to do that this time around.
what do you guys think
or at least early on.
about St. Helena going out to South Atlantic Ocean? That's interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this
I
is.
wonder where it
it-
goes next.
I think this
It
is.
goes to...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that of all of the potential destinations for it, I don't know that I've really seen this. It feels like they're kind of sacrificing St. Helena to try to reinforce their South American position, maybe?
Yeah, I do wonder where it's going, because they're peaceful with Portugal, from what we can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
think
their moves
That is
definitely don't
interesting.
look hostile.
yeah, like the problem
Yeah.
with St. Helena is that no matter where you move it, Portugal can interpret it as an attack. Like, you go down here for Cape Coa, this is Portugal's kind of dojo house. You're kind of infringing on that a bit. You go this way, it's like, hey, are you looking at Brazil with that St. Helena fleet? You know, so it's kind of awkward. But I don't see this being too relevant. The other thing I'd like to mention is that There's now a group channel between England, Netherlands, and Austria, from what I can tell, called Anti-France.
Oh, that's exciting.
So you can imagine.
That's very exciting.
France, the opening went so poorly that, maybe Netherlands is tempted to immediately renege on their alliance and stab them. If I was Netherlands, I wouldn't. I'd prop France up in this war because you're going to gain out of it in the long term with a weaker England, and you're going to be able to work with Portugal or whatever. But, it's certainly possible that the Netherlands decides to do this.
I also just think that Netherlands does not really stand to gain very much by stabbing France. At least not at the current setup. Like, what...
Yeah, they might need a year or two to make that happen.
I mean...
So that's interesting.
At the end of the day, like, even if France gets an extraordinarily bad year one result, they're still going to be able to build some units at home. And they still outnumber you 5-2, so...
Yeah,
I suspect the Netherlands will still shell this season, maybe?
Depends on Austria.
Yeah.
Because Austria provides the army leverage you need to just break right through this. So it really depends.
I just, in general...
Hey, I'm making myself ready to lock orders.
Yes, I think
How exciting.
I think Spain and Netherlands are about to end up at war over Kota Batu, like we were talking about. Netherlands wants it because they claim at least they want to go this way. Spain wants it because they claim that the only thing the center can do is go this way. So they're going to have a very good time there, certainly.
That conversation has been had many a times.
Yep.
I still contend that it's the Dutch need to go south, but I can understand both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I mean, as a Dutch, you probably long-term want to
Okay, orders locked. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, so as the Dutch, you probably long-term want to set like this entire thing up as yours and then either go this way or this way. But it's hard to see that at the start when all you can see is like, hey, I could have a fleet here and a fleet here and a fleet here, or an army here, and I could get off a decent attack on Ayutthaya in year 2 and take this, and then maybe I can get up that way. But I feel like that's kind of a fool's errand with regards to the position.
So if you are Sweden, how do you deal with the Novgorod army? I'm curious.
You ignore it. At least in my opinion, that's what you do. I think you just ignore it.
Normally, I agree with you just in terms of like trying to maximize center count, but I also just feel like it's so important to get an army down there that increases the value of trying to do the predictive bounce out of Helsingfors and then build in there. So
yeah, I mean it's really tough. I think the other thing about like that you mentioned the Helsingfors guys is that no matter how this goes, it's really good for Poland.
Oh yeah.
So either way, Poland wins. Salt, if you listen to this in post, this is like the best Poland story you could ask for. So have fun with it.
Yeah.
Don't get stabbed.
Salt putting the whammy on his neighbors as usual. I don't know how he does it. How does he pull it off?
Well, it helps when Russia and Sweden don't really do press with each other.
No, you're right. I think that Sweden went into this game with a very clear plan, and I think that I think that the plan's going to work out for them for year 1 and 2 at least. Now, obviously, there's a lot of variables that go into it, but like you said, Poland has an incredibly powerful stab on Sweden. So,
I'm gonna take this
when you are an F tier power like that, though, maybe you just take a good start and then try to parlay it into success, whatever that one start is.
Maybe.
So.
Well,
No, I agree. It's definitely a tough position.
Ugly. I want to take this opportunity while our orders are getting set to eat a quick snack because it's 9 a.m.
All right. It is 9 a.m. I do want to mention, just because we didn't really talk about them quite yet, is India. The Mughals got into Hyderabad, which can definitely be a sticking point for them. That's fantastic for the Mughals. They also stand to gain from the Russian collapse.
They can do this as well.
Yep.
Yep.
I think that overall the moves look pretty typical to me, with the exception of Portugal not bouncing them out of Hyderabad. So I think that overall Mughals have a strong position. One other slightly unusual thing would be the move to Bamo. That's typically not something that Ayutthaya or Ming like to see. So especially when they have the free supply center in Kathmandu. So maybe a little bit of an overreach on their part, but we'll have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, and with this bounce between Ming and Ayutthaya, Ming has the power to just kick them back out across the border and say no.
Yeah.
So while Mughal has gotten really lucky down here, I think that this theater is going to go less well. Sorry, you're going to say something?
No, I'm just looking around. I think that, I'm eager to see the next set of maps for sure.
And you're in luck because they're going out now. Let me ascend them. I'm still just amazed that we are capable of doing a game of Imperial Diplomacy at this speed. Due to the bottom. It's pretty crazy.
It is, yeah.
Ooh. So we've got Ayutthaya and Inuits are cooperating. We've got Shoshone and Spain are cooperating.
Oh, one second.
Very interesting.
Just gonna...
We've got our first retreat of the game. Spain has been evicted from Rome. So that's exciting.
Ooh, that's always
Oh, wow.
quite something.
Take a look at Barcelona, guys. That's huge.
Oh. Look at Paris. Look at Paris, though. Look at Paris.
Oh my god.
Oh, France. Oh, France.
This is getting
I need to bring up
dicey
the map.
already.
This one looks like it's hype. I haven't actually checked the graphics yet.
France
Nice.
lost almost every guess. Inuit stayed friendly to France. But France lost the guess in the Caribbean.
Oh no! Netherlands is in Paris?
Yeah, Netherlands is
Yes.
in Paris.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wow. Shit.
I cannot think of a worse city to live in than a Dutch Paris. Like, you have to live in France, but you have to wear clogs? Like, are you kidding me, guys? Like, really? Is that what we're doing? I guess.
Wait, I need to unlock orders. Hard to send in retreats otherwise.
Yeah, so the funny thing is that Spain is not going to be forced to fight France. But at the same time, while that's happening, there's this... Spain is, like, kind of hostile with Netherlands, and everything. I mean, oh my god, this is not very good for France.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here.
So the upside for France is that even though they got stabbed by Netherlands here, and that's not good, they and England both held in London and Nantes, which indicates the relationship may not be that terrible. Never mind, I take it back. Massachusetts went to SGA, but it was terrible.
Okay.
but France.
Well, imagine if Massachusetts had gone to Port Royal, though.
France did get Papanachois and Anticosti. Inuit didn't bounce them,
Yeah.
and England didn't coordinate with Inuit to bounce them out of those centers. So France does have some builds to work with. South Africa is going... I don't... France has a fleet in Somali Basin, which is a big threat to Ajuran. But,
Ooh,
I
okay.
don't know why you would do
Interesting.
that. I mean, Ajuran convoyed to Sakalava, so... I mean...
Yeah, why not go to Maldives? Just try to get a build.
Yeah, get built. Like, why are you picking a fight with Ajuran? I guess if you're allied to Portugal, maybe that's why you pick a fight with Ajuran. But I wouldn't do it.
Sweden only got one build, it looks like, right? That's really tough.
Yeah, Sweden lost the... Poland got Novgorod? Oh my god, Salty,
Yeah.
you are fucking... Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is just a Poland big start.
I mean, gotta give it to him. Somehow he pulls it off.
Wait a second. Ottomans. Their fleet
Guys,
didn't
I have a
land?
question. You guys have been using the box more than I. How does one retreat? Because I can't figure that.
It's the same thing. Which orders channel?
Spain.
Oh, I don't have access to the orders channels.
I do.
Okay. Hold on. It's just a regular move, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Let's see if the other retreats have figured themselves out. Russia. Have Russia managed to retreat? Yes. Actually, I'll just do a view orders. Orders.
Yes. So the other thing is that apparently it was the Ottoman's fleet from Smyrna didn't land in Constantinople.
Yeah, they misordered. Kinda.
Well, their fleet stayed in Smyrna, so this isn't like. So there are all their orders in the Balkans that we were looking at and saying Russia is dead. None of these went through. None of them went through. So the only one that went through
just
was
right.
Kyiv.
Oh my god, Jassy is in Targoviste.
Yeah, so this is Dream Poland. He's going to get Jassy at the start of the next phase. But that does mean that Russia's not dead, because Ottomans and Safavids apparently had some disagreements about what was going to happen here. I just got to look at the map to get resolution. Okay, so none of these units moved. But this does indicate that that Ottomans doing this is bad, generally.
Also, Russia lost out horrendously in Central Asia, the Inner Mongolia area. They bounced out of Turfan, so Termeds doesn't get a build, and then they got evicted from Karakorum, and Qing gets 2 builds there. It's about as bad as it can go for them in the east.
Yeah, Russia has 1, 2, -1, so back to 1. 2.
They also lost the 50-50 against Inuits in Lepev Sea.
Russia has 3 builds total. So Russia's probably still dead.
Whoa, wait, really?
Yeah,
no way.
Yeah, Russia has 3 builds.
That's not good.
No. And that's with them getting lucky against Sweden, too.
Yep. So, that's food for thought, I guess. I mean, they got lucky against Sweden, but that means they got unlucky at Novgorod. So,
true.
Perspective. Let's see. Oh, Portugal, England worked together. Portugal misordered with this fleet, maybe? Unless Maldives... Yeah, Portugal misordered with their fleet, but they did cut Hyderabad. So England stayed here, so Mughals got limited to this.
Yeah. Nobody taking Maldives is very interesting to me.
Normally it's like a bounce, but
yeah,
misorders will do that in Blitz. Let's see, Netherlands and Ming bounce.
Portugal supported Ayutthaya into Hanoi, which is also interesting. Kind of a gut shot into Ming.
Yeah, that indicates that there might be some sort of coalition between Portugal, Netherlands, and Ayutthaya to go this direction, which I think you kind of have to do if you figure out that, I don't know if, I haven't examined press that closely, I don't know if the players have figured out that this is an Asian triple, but if you do figure out that this is an Asian triple, then you do need to attack it with 3 or 4 powers.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just going to get picked apart. Let's see. Yeah, so England went for Iceland.
Hey, retreats are going out now. See here. Out 1 second. Just lagging with Discord here for a moment. Okay, there we go. And then I'm just gonna have to load the leaderboard.
If you had given me 10...
Oh?
If you had given me 10 guesses as to where the St. Helena fleet would end up at the end of year 1, I would have not have guessed Guinea rise. That's a very out to South Atlantic and then right back in.
I guess the only reason to do that is because you don't want to go to Angola Basin, because then maybe Congo thinks you're bouncing Benguela.
But they're already going to be very threatened by that move to Guinea rise, so I don't know. Maybe it was something that changed due to press.
Okay, I can finally start looking at these moves. Sorry. Okay, we have 5 minutes until adjustments. I sadly don't have time to do like the nice graphics.
So for
oh wait,
I'll draw the retreats on our moves map. I just did Control X. Anyways, we're gonna ignore that happened. Okay, so this retreated here, and then what's the other retreat? Russia? Oh yeah. Okay, and then this.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
Okay, so shall we just take a look at the map and see what positions we like the best after the first year? Because there's mess all across the map. I see that. Wow. Okay, so I'm just looking at this Polish situation.
Yeah, Poland is
It's
absolutely.
insane.
Yeah,
Poland is absolutely.
Wow.
This is number one. This is the. Wait, I'm ready with my mouse. The best position right here. This is the best position.
Yeah, I know, by far. Like, yes, the control you'll have over northern Germany right here is insane.
And the
Question is, what do you do here? How do you go forward, Poland now? Who do you attack?
Whatever you want.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know that there's any bad decisions. I mean,
Yeah.
the Netherlands is fully committed to fighting France, so they're not going to contest your control of North Germany. Austria is fighting Spain. I guess one possible threat would be the Ottomans a little bit, but
but they messed up their orders, so positionally you're fine.
Yeah, I think that you're doing really well, and that I guess what you want to do is to try to reduce your long-term threats, which Sweden is probably the weakest player long-term, so you want to stay out of them. And
Sweden got one build, is that correct? Yeah, they got one build.
2 builds.
One build because they lost Housing Force.
They got,
yeah,
they lost Housing Force.
Yeah, so
which sucks.
I guess you could argue that you want to kill Sweden because they're weak, but I mean, I would just be focusing on taking the dots where they're free, which is going to be North Germany, and making progress against Russia. One thing that'll be interesting to do is to see, in a lot of ways, things come down to where Russia builds, because Russia needs to decide. I mean, this is the time when, as the Russian player, you decide what's going to be your core. You know, are you going to try to center to retreat everything to survive around Moscow? That's probably your best decision, I think. Is just to abandon the east, but who knows?
I would contest it. I think that as Russia, if you're going to abandon one theater, you might want to abandon the west, because I think the east is easier to defend, but I haven't focused much on how easy it is to defend the east, because at least in my Russia experience,
We have a very strong Cheng. Double Cheng.
Let's see. So Russia did get +4, which we weren't expecting. Which, because they got Housing Force, which I don't know how they got that. I mean, I do, but you know, whatever. So that's the thing to consider. The other things that have happened, Mapuche only went +2. I'm just going to take a look down here real quick, because Mapuche is kind of cut off from the rest of the world. It's there, they got that, and they got that. So Aymara and Spain, patched up their differences. Because Spain went this way and this way, which means that Aymara felt confident enough in picking a fight with Mapuche, while Spain had a fleet here and an army here.
They look fine.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out for them, but I'm amazed.
Well, I'm a little worried.
They have only 2.
Yeah, and Spain's gonna have enough builds in order to throw a fleet in Quito and Lima, so.
Yeah,
I don't really see that having good long-term prospects. Maybe you can talk Spain into you being their proxy down in South America and say, oh, don't worry, I'll keep I'll keep them off you down here, but I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to see the implications of that position long term, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I think there was one game, if I remember correctly, where Aymara did well. They are definitely one of the weakest powers, along with Sweden.
Yeah.
And that part of that has to do with Mapuche having such a strong desire in order to kill them. It's just really difficult for Aymara and Mapuche to coexist.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the Lacadev? I mean Maldives.
Nobody's in
What did
Maldives.
Portugal do?
Portugal misordered. Yeah.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Yep. Let's see.
Okay,
So,
I've given them 1 extra minute just to figure out building with bot.
I'm just looking at press. There is tension between Poland and Ottomans right now. Ottomans doesn't like that Poland's here, which is pretty obvious. Poland is saying, Poland is saying, "Hey, I believe," and then Poland claims that Austria was the one who wanted Poland in Targoviste, which is certainly a claim.
Spicy.
I wouldn't believe it if it was Ottomans. I don't know if it's true, but I wouldn't believe it. But that is a claim you can make.
Oh wow.
Ming has openly told Mughals. Yeah, Ming openly told Mughals about this move beforehand.
Okay. How many builds did Mughal get? 3?
3.
Looks like it. Yeah, 3 builds. Yeah, because they got kicked out of Bamo. This looks like a really powerful Ming so far.
Asian triple, so yes.
They also have a lot of Italian unit on Kunming, so we'll have to see how it goes.
It's just the Asian triple.
Okay, order.
It tends to be like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mughals lost Bamo and have no center to retreat to, so they're down.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not
which kind of sucks for them.
Yeah, not a successful gambit. Should have gone for Kathmandu, it looks like. But
Yep.
Okay, let me look at the retreat.
Yeah, it's not very common for. Oh, you're right. It's because a Ming just kicked them out by themselves. That's cool.
Yep.
yeah.
Very cool. Okay, let's hear. Hopefully everyone submitted their builds properly. Because I'm adjudicating. Let's see. I'll just have a quick check.
I'm still
Look
baffled
like everyone.
by that French move to Somali Basin. I just
like what?
I can't.
Let me
I can't.
let me chat on my chess.com. Let's see. So we're gonna do this. Wait, let me. Okay.
Oh,
We do this.
uh,
Let me do.
oh, what are you doing?
Can you give him the question mark?
Ah, okay.
Let me.
There it is.
Oh, I want to make an AAR.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be funny.
Uh,
Unless.
I mean, I guess if you want to be really generous, then it gives you leverage over. I'm completely blanking on their name, but the dark blue power. Who,
But they did
Yeah,
this. So like I don't know. I guess you're being generous, so yes.
yeah, to convoy. I mean, it's not good no matter how you look at it, but to try to get them to pull their army out and say, hey, this is a French island. But I mean, that France has so many problems right now that most of their builds are going to be going to shoring up things back home. So I would just keep going.
We're just gonna put a big blunder like right over the Mediterranean generally.
Oh my god. Beautiful, guys.
Blunder. Let's see, where are the other blunders on the map? Okay, so Ut's actually
Did
doing
Bob
good.
do anything? I feel like you guys talked about
Did
weird
who?
French stuff.
Who do anything? Sorry.
I think you talked about like France missing their guesses or something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
they did.
missed some guesses against England, but they got Bills in Canada, so it's decent. It's not good,
Okay.
not bad.
I see.
Let's see. Oh yeah, no, letting Poland into Novgorod, that's a blunder, right there, blunder.
True.
But
Uh,
we gotta be positive. Let me.
yeah, where the excellent moves? I want to see them.
Yeah,
Poland.
I gotta get an image for that.
I
one
mean,
second.
my excellent move of the game is Ghent to Paris. I mean, that's just
Yeah, that's really fun. I
You
hope
just-
they can back it up.
you just say, you know what? I don't care that you have 5 units and I have 2. Let's ball.
I want those dots. They're gonna be mine.
Honestly, it's a huge. I mean, it's a huge coup for England to not have to worry about that anymore, because you figure they're gonna be at each other's throats now.
I'll just put the brilliant over this.
Yeah, it's great for England. I think it's greater for England than Netherlands, honestly. So.
Yeah, it is, because Netherlands will lose this next year and get embroiled into it like a trench war. There's nothing here, really, for Netherlands.
Yeah, it really depends on what Austria does here. If Austria helped them break like Strasbourg and all of that, it could work, but it's tight.
You also have to wonder how willing Spain is going to be to let bygones be bygones, because, I mean, obviously that's a huge stab from France on Spain. Spain may say, "Oh yeah, sure, no problem, just pull back and deal with your problems at home." But are they really going to let that go?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, unlock orders.
I mean, if you wanted to be
the builds
crazy,
are like this.
if you want to be crazy as Spain, this is a good excuse to build 2 armies in Iberia and stab Portugal. So I don't know if you want to be crazy.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that you build 2 armies in Iberia, even if you're not stabbing Portugal. I think even if you're planning on just
Oh, yep, there it is.
fortifying.
Oh, but look who else built 2 armies in Iberia.
Oh, I gotta pull open the builds.
Builds. Okay, let's go west-east and just look at everybody, because we have a few minutes to analyze. It looks like there's still going to be an Inuit Athabasca alliance. No fleets from Athabasca. Not too many armies from Inuit. Inuit probably attacking France here. France just built 4 armies in America, but gave up on Port Royal, which I think is a mistake. As France, I think you need Port Royal to really project your power.
Yes, they do have Massachusetts Bay right next to it, but
Wait, but this was a bounce, wasn't it? Oh wait, no, because Bermuda went this way. Okay, yeah. So France did land this, but like even then, it's like kind of ticky-tacky. You're gonna get forced out now because you don't have Port Royal, and it's gonna happen in the spring, which is annoying.
Yeah.
Port Royal's gonna be lost this
okay,
year.
look Mali.
Yep, they're the armies I highlighted earlier. 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
sorry,
4,
I
5.
disconnected for a little while, so I missed those. I suppose.
No, it's
Sorry.
not your bad. I didn't think about it too hard either. Yeah, Mali is going to have a bad time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially since
England-
Congo didn't build any fleets here.
Portugal, of Poland, England, and Netherlands all built an army. Yeah,
Yes.
Mali is good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mali.
Yeah, and Congo, yes, continues churning out armies, so Netherlands are under no threat at all. They can grab Sao Tome, even.
Yep.
Wow.
See, I know we're kind of jumping around the map, but Marseille built a fleet, which to me, when your
Ooh.
capital is under threat,
Under
I
threat.
say
yeah,
under threat,
occupation.
being occupied. Yeah, that has to be an army in my book. So that to me
Yeah.
says that they are continuing their offensive against Spain. Is how I interpret that.
Which is a terrible idea, because Spain will do this, Spain will do this, and Spain will support that, and you're going to lose Barcelona. There's no way you keep it. I don't know why you're investing in that.
Yeah,
And-
it doesn't look amazing.
To be honest, I don't know if I've ever seen a better Ottoman's position either. 3 fleets in
This is a good Ottoman.
3 fleets in the Mediterranean, countered by exactly 1 Spanish fleet
And 1 Austrian.
in Valencia. So I mean they've reached naval parity with Spain in
Yeah.
02.
and the
I
other-
do
so-
wonder how Ottoman's relations with Austria and Poland is.
So Ottoman relations with Austria are going to be good here because I think they're going to be good here because they're going to get along, curtailing Spain. Ottomans in Poland, Ottomans are getting Targo VC. I don't know if the Ottomans are going to want to wage a war on Poland though, because Poland is obviously very powerful, and has.
Oh
no,
yeah, those 5 army builds just getting slapped down.
What do we think about the Russian fleet in Astrakhan? That is, I would. maybe
I think
put
they're
one
glad
there.
they matched the fleet in Tehran. That's,
Well, I don't think so.
Mhm.
There's just not much. Like that's a I guess you're delaying your death a little bit. But I don't see much value to it. Like even when as Russia, I thought I was getting stabbed by Safavids. I didn't build a fleet because it's so inflexible of a unit to have.
I think the builds in the Asian Triple is also very interesting because Ming built a double fleet, Tang builds fleet in Chengjing.
That is really interesting because that does not scream being friendly towards Japan, does it?
Yeah.
Well, but the army in Haishan means that they don't actually have an attack. So I don't know what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm unsure what this is.
I guess. I think that they probably identified that their main enemies are all down here. That these powers are working together, and so Japan's fleets alone are not going to be enough in the Asian Triple to actually properly drive them out. Especially because clearly, by moves, clearly Okinawa is Ming, so Japan will not have an excuse to get a fleet into Okinawa Trough, Okinawa, and just push in this direction. So Ming does need these fleets, given the state of negotiations.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
It is. I think that the Portuguese build of an army in Macau is also pretty interesting. I mean,
yeah, because they can go into Huguang or something.
You don't usually see Portugal investing, especially. I mean, they sacrificed to build in India in order to build that army.
But the other thing I want to say is that Portugal committed to the Macau build. The Netherlands did not commit with the Formosa build, which means that this build by Portugal is wasted. The Netherlands needed to build a fleet in order for this build by Portugal to mean anything.
I agree with that. I think that it may. I mean, it may just be a speculative thing where Portugal said, "Hey, maybe I can get away with this," but I do agree that this is going to prompt a strong reaction from Ming, and it's not likely to get off the ground.
Yeah. I mean, the only exception
what
is if like Ming is stabbing Tokugawa here, which I mean he could. I guess that's the other thing is that this could be like a joint stab on Ming by Qing and Tokugawa. I'm gonna go check their press real quick.
Ooh. Yeah, that could be it, I suppose.
I think it's also worth noting that Spain built one fleet in the Caribbean on the north coast of Panama, which
Whoa. That's
just,
not a very heavy investment.
Yeah, it's a strange kind of in between. Normally, England is going to push pretty heavily for no Spanish fleets, and we'll say, hey, just trust me. I've got your back here, which may or may not work out. But I think that you could have seen a lot more of an investment. Like, essentially, Spain is just spreading themselves out across the board pretty equally.
I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt. The Asian Triple is dead.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. What's going on over there?
Tokugawa doesn't like Ming. I don't know if Qing likes Ming. I don't know how that's going, but I know Tokugawa doesn't like Ming because of these fleets.
I think that that's a good call on their part. I think it would be foolish to let your triple partners build 3 fleets when you're nation.
When you're Tokugawa.
Yeah, I mean that's they could be going into Ayutthaya, they could be going into Mughals, and they just didn't. They built a bunch of fleets, so I think it's fair to say that triple's dead.
Yeah. Good thing.
Which is the fate of most triples, if we're being honest.
Yeah. What are you thinking about Africa?
4 armies by Congo. I think is
bad for
showing
Portugal.
a lot of trust. That's showing a lot of trust for the Netherlands, and it's bad for Portugal, as you said. I think that 2 armies by the Netherlands is very bad for Mali. I honestly think that Mali is just dead. It's too many armies, too solid of too slow of growth. So I don't see Mali having a good game.
Yeah, in general, I think we could have a really strong Dutch team. By the looks of it, they got a really good first year. Overall, there's very few of their units that didn't get a center. Oh, sorry. Their Brazil looks very solid. Their Africa looks solid. Their East Asia looks okay.
I also think it's extremely positive for England that the Netherlands decided to build two armies in Europe, no fleets. So
Ooh, yeah, that's amazing.
There's no real threat on England in the home islands. So
yeah, that's very nice. I wonder where their fleet in Ghent is gonna go, because they probably wanna move Amsterdam down to Ghent, I'd suppose. Well, Utrecht goes down to Bonn or something.
I think the way you have to rearrange it is you have to do like this kind of, because you're not keeping Paris this turn, so you have to rearrange it like that.
Yeah.
And
makes
then
sense.
you get
Going hard for
here.
Luxembourg and stuff.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I also think it is good for Sweden, which let's be honest, Sweden's in a bad spot. But the fact that Poland built 0 fleets bodes well for them. You know, it means that the stab is at least a year or 2 down the line. How about that?
Yes. And England doesn't
Poland gets everything he wants.
really do that much. England didn't really do that much in Europe either. So
just the 1 fleet in Plymouth.
And no extra fleet builds from Russia. That's good. How did Russia not get Spitsbergen?
They bounced Arkangels.
No,
So it was like this.
Oh, makes sense.
Which was actually super smart. And I mean, smart.
Did I send the build orders? People?
What?
Yes, I did send out the build orders.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't for a moment.
I'm looking at builds right now.
Okay, awesome. How many minutes do we have? Okay, they have 10 minutes left until spring adjudication.
I will say I don't understand what Qing is doing. I don't get it. He built why I don't know why you would build the fleet in Shangjing. Like, if you're going to build a fleet, why are you building it somewhere where it's just going to sit and sleep for the rest of the game?
Yeah.
Because this fleet is never... So, like, this fleet, the only way this fleet it goes anywhere is if you have another fleet here and if Tokugawa is dead. That's the only way this fleet is going to ever do anything. I guess the other thing, unless you're attacking Ming, but even then, like, why would you...
I think that there is value in just having the fleet as a defensive measure, and then you try to sell it to Tokugawa like, oh, well, clearly this is not a threat to you. If I actually wanted to attack you, I would have built a second fleet in Haishan-Y, and then Tokugawa feels a little bit safer. So, like, just building up the fleet count without immediately making it an enemy is maybe the play.
I guess. I just would have built in Haishan-Y instead of killing you, Tokugawa.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done. I would have been like, no, you're dead.
Especially given that Ming is apparently very aggressive against Tokugawa. So I just in general don't like going against, like, as a land-based power, trying to go against an island-based power, because you have to build a bunch of fleets and they're less useful to you. And obviously Tokugawa doesn't mind building nothing but fleets. So it just never feels great.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to that for sure. Have we talked about Mapuche?
A little bit, not too much.
Because they look kind of rough.
Yeah, they had 2 bounces, one with Aymara and one with Portugal. Their builds are both fleets, which is interesting.
They have to fight Portugal.
Yeah, they're building on the west coast, east coast, I meant. So they're probably heading after Portugal, which makes sense since there's a Portuguese fleet in Argentine Basin.
I'm actually really, now that I'm looking at it, Aymara's builds are really interesting too. They're incredibly hostile towards Spain.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, fleet in Exura. I wonder if they move it. If they move it out like to South Pacific Ocean, Peru Basin that is, while Axura goes to Peru Basin. I don't know. Could go up the Colin Ridge. Because the Panama fleet is on the north coast.
Well, don't you just support
Yeah,
hold here and just say Spain, haha, you can't do anything? Like that's
True.
what I would do. I would just
That
be
works.
like, haha, Spain, you
Just be
can't do
annoying.
anything. Because like unless Spain
While
gets
your
Dutch,
armies try to get Naples.
unless Spain gets Dutch support, you can just hold in these two provinces forever, and you can do whatever you want elsewhere. The other
nice.
thing that we need to really touch on, I think, is that Portugal built 2 armies in mainland Portugal.
Oh, wow, that's huge.
Shit, I missed that.
Yeah.
That may have
that's huge.
been a predictive response to just expecting, or even a negotiated response to the fact that Spain was going to build armies there. You know, Spain may have said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm building a bunch of armies in Iberia," and Portugal said, "I got your number." You know what I mean? Like, especially if Portugal has hostile intentions towards Spain, which, to be honest, I don't normally like. But given the fact that France apparently is like the fleet build in Marseille just blows my mind. Like when you're in emergency mode,
When you're fighting England and Netherlands, you have to go to Spain and be like, "Hey, I'm sorry, that was dumb. I'm leaving."
Yeah.
What
you
what
have
I would
to do
say,
a 180.
what I would say as France is, I would say, I will hold the fleet in Barcelona. You can attack it with support, and I will disband it. It will be gone. You don't have to worry
Oh,
about
yeah.
it. That's what I would say.
That's actually that's a really smart move, especially because you're essentially you may even choose to just straight up say you can take Marseille, just take it with a fleet and don't go any further, because you're in such a bad spot that you just need to give somebody
You need
something in order to have a guaranteed open front where you
need-
can have your back to a wall.
You need to incentivize Spain to do this, and incentivize Spain to do this.
Especially because Spain has to be looking at those 3 Ottoman fleets with genuine fear. I mean, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're coming for.
Yeah, they didn't build in Naples, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think they're giving up it.
They're giving it up.
Probably to
I
Austria.
think Spain is setting up probably like here for their defensive line.
Oh, and also probably worth noting, did the Rome Spanish unit it retreated into Ligurian Sea,
Yeah.
right? Is what happened? Okay.
Yeah.
Because France had just stabbed Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Genoa is open.
Technically,
crazy.
but it's gonna be taken by Austria.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Like if not this
Yeah,
year,
Venice to Milan or something.
if not this year, then next year, right? So I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know what the value is of putting an army there or whatever.
And I
Makes sense.
also, if you're the Ottoman player, what do you think about that fleet build in Trieste? Like that just doesn't. The Austrian
I
player
think
can
it's
try to sell it as
something-
anti-Spanish, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look anti-Spanish to me. It looks anti-Ottoman.
I think that
I would-
I don't know. I think you'd be more annoyed with an army build because the thing about the Ottomans, at least in my view, when you look at this, is that sure, like the fleet is kind of annoying because Austria can get to Sarajevo, but once like if Austria lands in Sarajevo and he built a fleet in Trieste, then like what's gonna happen is it's gonna go like this. Austria has to get to Strait of Otranto, and then it's going to be a fleet here because the support will be cut from whatever unit he has stationed right there. And if Austria has a fleet in Sarajevo, then like sure it's not very nice, but like he can't get to Constantinople, he can't get to Athens, he's done. That's where your attack stops. So I don't think you're very concerned.
It's fair.
Yeah, and that fleet is likely just going to Adriatic and then getting supported into Naples, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
So one general concept that I like to discuss with newer players to diplomacy is this idea that if a fleet or if a unit its only role is to defend the dot that it's on, then it's effectively useless to you. It's a neutral. You have the area, but you can't make any progress with it. What you really want is safe supply centers that their unit can be far away from it and it's still not under threat, right? And it's difficult. Normally you generate that kind of advantage by being an edge player, like France, for example, with Portugal and Spain, and then they have those fleets or armies somewhere in Italy or somewhere in Germany. it's difficult in a map like this in order to really get your back to a wall because there are no walls, right? But you can find places where it's possible. One place is the Caribbean. It's possible to be very, very safe in the Caribbean and have a bunch of units somewhere else. And another place is the Mediterranean. And I think that players, if you manage to turn the Mediterranean into your own personal lake and then have all of those dots be, at the edges of the Mediterranean, generating momentum for you other places, that's really one way to be very successful.
Absolutely.
Oh, actually,
It's very interesting.
it looks like, I think that Sweden and Russia might end up working together, so we'll see. Because both in their press, they are talking about Kola supporting Arkhangelsk and Novgorod. So I was talking Spectator Channel. I didn't think that there was a possibility of Poland being coalition because I just figured that Russia and Sweden were just going to be fighting each other the whole time and nothing would happen. But it's possible that both of these players have kind of wisened up that Poland kind of tricked both of them in this situation. And they may want to fight him, in which case Austria would probably join in just for the centers and because Salt is kind of scary as a default as your neighbor.
Do you think Poland is strong enough in order to fight all of its neighbors? I know it's only year 2, but they have 5 army builds.
So it really, I think it hinges on whether the Ottomans join in, because like the problem is that even with that coalition, there's nobody to threaten this cluster of centers. Poland can just do this and then sit there. Or I guess I have to bounce like a little bit with Austria, but like there's not really a threat to those centers because there's no Netherlands to chip away at the western flank. But like the south is a problem if Ottomans gets in, but if they don't, then that's all fine as well. And Novgorod, like you're gonna lose if you fight all your neighbors, but like this is not a very valuable center, really. It's very vulnerable. It's very vulnerable to attacks from every direction.
I don't see the Ottomans joining in against Poland anytime soon, just because they built 3 fleets, which obviously can't be used against Poland. So I think that the Ottomans' eyes are elsewhere. I also think that the Ottomans are going to be looking at Abyssinia's builds with quite a bit of...
second fleet.
That's a good
point. The second fleet and no build in Debre Birhan says to me
this looks like a very solid Abyssinia-Ajuran alliance.
And I think, I don't know if it's necessarily even a solid alliance between Ajuran and Abyssinia. I just think Ajuran can't go and attack Abyssinia because France decided to put a fleet in Somali Basin.
Fair enough.
Although...
And Abyssinia liked it.
I mean, they've got to say at some point, hey, France, you have enough issues. Please move that away from me.
Yeah, for sure.
I think France will.
Hopefully it moves back to Mankarin or something.
France didn't build in Réunion, so... Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Oh wait, Ajuran convoyed into Sakalava? I totally missed that.
Yep, they did.
That's a huge move. Wow. Can they just convoy another army? To like Imerina?
Orders are locked, right?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
I'm just about to lock them.
Okay. I was looking at the timer, I was like, ooh, close.
Yeah. I'm just gonna double check that we have everyone and then I'm gonna lock.
In fact, not only can they, but France can't even bounce it. So if
yeah, exactly. It's amazing.
Yeah. You just get right in there. I mean, yeah, France's presence in Africa is dead.
I think France might be dead.
I tend to agree, actually. I think that the problem with failing your this is at least like when I in Alpha 2 Aster as France did that stab on, because for new listeners, in Alpha 2 Aster I played as France and Damien played as England in the same game, which was we were best friends. I stabbed England like very hard, but one of the things I did there was I made sure that nobody else knew, because the moment this stab goes poorly for France, it goes really poorly, because you don't get your builds, you just don't get enough, right? You don't get your builds, you don't get your centers in your 2, you don't get the war going favorably against England, and so you just collapse really if you do this stab poorly. It just goes very bad.
I actually think that I think that out of all of the French possessions, their North America holdings are reasonably secure. So you may see France surviving in North America in some form. Especially just given the fleet in Marseille, I don't see them doing well in Europe, but and their Africa possessions are just dead.
So I disagree on North America, and the reason that I disagree is because there's obviously Oot and Athabasca are probably going to fight because of these armies builds by Oot.
Right.
Athabasca and Inuit obviously are getting along, and one of the maneuvers that Inuit can do that you don't see coming as France, because I didn't see it coming, is that Inuit can do this. They can the army there, the fleet there, and the army there, and then this fleet acts like an army because this is a coastal dot, so it can go this way or this way once you have a fleet there. And so this combined with this Athabasca army is actually quite a lot of pressure on France's northeastern flank in America. And once these two centers disappear, they're going to lose Port Royal. They're going to get kind of locked indoors, and England has armies here, and the Netherlands has armies here, and it's just going to go very poorly. Is how I see this going.
Yeah, and the fact that England built two armies in North America is not a great sign. Plus a Dutch army as well. So
I think that for the Dutch, at least, like, this is obviously a bad sign for France, but I think England having these armies is also a bad sign for the Netherlands, because England is England, once Port Royal falls, England is actually not once Port Royal and the Caribbean fall, England does not have to keep fighting France. England can go to France and say, hey, I would like to attack Netherlands and we can be friends. And if France is still alive, France is going to say, yes, please, because the Netherlands are the ones with Paris, not France.
I do think a big part of it is going to hinge on whether Spain and France manage to make peace. Do you have any insight on their press from that, or?
I can check their press. I haven't, because I just think the fleet build in Marseille is just so poison to that relationship. I don't see how you could...
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So Spain messaged. So they did not do press between 8:20 in the morning and 9:40. So it's 9:52 right now for anybody watching. So they started press at the start of the game. They didn't do much of it, and then they started doing press about 12 minutes ago. That was 8 minutes before orders were due. Spain said, "Hey, what's up with attacking us? It seems like you're fighting on too many fronts. Can you go defend your homeland?" And France said, "You betrayed us," and went pro-England.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
but then France said that he's willing to make peace. Now,
okay.
But there was no discussion beyond that. France just said, like, I'm willing to make peace. Spain said, oh yeah, peace sounds like, it's basically making pro-peace noises. But yeah, like, right. I don't, like, this is such an obstacle to peace. I don't see why.
I do really like your plan of the forced disband on the French fleets.
Yeah.
I think that it may happen accidentally. If
he does this,
the Spanish, if they just hold and or get bounced or whatever. So, but I don't know. I think that you're right. That the fleet in Marseille is just poison. It's pure poison.
There's no good use for it. You're not going to get any centers out of it either. I don't know why you would.
And it forces Spain. Like, Spain would like nothing more than to focus on the Ottomans. You have to think, right?
Yeah, I think the Ottomans and probably Portugal at this point too, given recent developments.
And I wonder if it's possible to sell those armies as defensive to Spain. I mean, it's a tough sell.
We got moves coming in, so I guess we'll see if that was something they tried to sell Spain. Let's see. Yeah. No, Portugal attacked right into Spain, and Spain didn't even try to set up a bounce. So despite these moves from France being kind of foolish, it still looks like France might be okay, because Spain just kind of let Portugal stab them.
Yeah, they may have been optimistic.
That's one word for it. Okay, so I guess quick analysis. West to east, we'll just get everything hitting, and then we'll discuss deeper.
West to east, you said?
Yeah, west to east. Inuit and Athabasca both stabbed each other, which I don't for the life of me understand. Because Oot and Athabasca are fighting anyways. Inuit is attacking France, I guess, but I don't know what is going on there. Fighting between England, France, Netherlands. It looks like England plus Netherlands is going to end up doing better because they're out-tacticking France by getting armies here, here, and here in France. Let's see. Oh, actually, no. Wait. No, because Quebec doesn't touch that, so yeah, no, France gets nothing. So yes, England, Netherlands does very well there. Spain is joining in on the attack on France in North America by going towards Cherokee.
Ooh, yeah, in Muskogee and Caddo.
Which is very, very, very bad for France. This is awful. Complete, like, I cannot state enough how bad this development is for France. In the Caribbean, France is doing okay. I think they'll survive another year at least on Hispaniola, but I don't know beyond that how good the prospects are. Spain got like boogalooed by Poland with this stab. I don't know if Spain has ever played with Salt before, but Salt had eyes here. Salt was like, ooh, a dot, and then he moved and he took the dot. So
C dot, not take dot, challenge level impossible.
C dot, take dot. That's. I mean, I don't know if he'll keep it because like Spain has this, and you know it's difficult if Spain's working with Netherlands.
Honestly, I don't hate it just because.
But Netherlands,
Poland has to be bold in order to survive with either of its colonies, really.
Yeah, I mean it's I think it's fine because Netherlands stabbed Spain, so Caracas actually will probably be fine. The other really funny thing about this stab is that Spain has to retreat here, which means that Netherlands has to deal with threats to these centers. Like, we can analyze in a second. I have a thought that I want to share. Let's see. Other than that, Mapuche and Aymara made up. Let's see. Spain got out there. Aymara's gonna be fine. Mapuche is going to win a fight against Portugal. They actually did an interesting tactical move that I wasn't expecting here. I thought they were going to move the fleet like this, but instead they bounced Portugal here and then forced them back out of Argentine Basin, which is quite bold and I like it. Other than that, it looks like Congo wants to take St. Helena, so maybe this is the deal between Netherlands and Congo, is that Netherlands is going to focus up here, and in exchange Congo is going to get to St. Helena and get to control all of South Africa. Other than that, it looks like there's some. This is obviously coordinated, right? Like I saw rumors of a fake war.
Yeah, the
fake
second
war between these three, and
the second army did end up getting convoyed.
Yeah. This got convoyed. This is a fake war between these three powers because they're coordinating up here. This is just fake. I don't know I don't know who they think they're fooling, but they're not fooling the guy who can see all their press. It looks like Portugal is attacking Ajuran now as well, so France might get to hold on to their colonies down here just by virtue of Portugal stabbing Ajuran very hard. Other than that, England and Portugal are cooperating against Mughals, which is good for those two and bad for Mughals. England is going. I don't know what this fleet move is exactly. It could be like this could be the beginning of a stab, but I'm not. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. They're not cooperating anymore because. Are they? What do you think this move is about? I guess blocking the retreat path of the army. Right?
Yeah, to prevent Hyderabad from doing an offensive retreat.
Yeah, I had to look at that closer for a second. Let's look at we'll look at Europe last.
Ming's moves are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It's a full about face from Ming.
Yeah, this is they don't like Tokugawa basically, and they're getting attacked by. Okay, this is anti-Ming now. I think Ming kind of messed up with these fleet builds, because Qing didn't commit, and so Ming is forced into a fight with Tokugawa. But at the same time, because they took this dot off of Mughals are annoyed with them. I think Ayutthaya was already planning to attack them, as were these colonials. I mean, I guess Netherlands not, but as was Portugal. So these three are now attacking Ming while Ming is being forced to fight Tokugawa, and so Qing is just going to stab because they're going to be opportunistic about it. Of course, Qing was foolish with his moves kind of in this area. I feel like there's something better tactically you can maybe pull off like this. I don't know exactly what, but he gets bounced, and this is going to slow his progress down like, into Russia a little bit, which is annoying for him, I suppose. Let's see what else happened. Mapuche, Portugal are fighting over here as well.
I always hate those conga line moves where you end up with 3 or 4 bounces.
Yeah, because just one guess was wrong. It's mildly annoying. Okay, so in Europe, Ottomans and Poland are chilling, and we know this because Ottomans didn't do this. Austria is attacking Ottomans, actually. So this fleet build was an attack on the Ottomans. I don't understand why, because all that you have managed to gain out of this fleet build from Austria and this stab on the Ottomans is that the Ottomans are just going to move Macedonia to Sarajevo, and they're going to laugh in your face and say, what are you trying to achieve? Because keep in mind, I'm just looking at the Western builds now, or the Western moves now, because Portugal did do the stab, but Spain moved to Balearic Sea with Baleares instead of straight up Bonifacio, and moved to Marseille with Ligurian, which means Spain is going to lose Sardinia, right? I think Spain is in a poor position in Europe as well. This is very complicated.
I mean, they're definitely in a poor position just by virtue of the fact that Portugal is attacking them. I mean,
yeah, I guess
that's disastrous by itself. France didn't appear to be sincere in its peace entente.
It was impossible with Marseille fleet. I will say, I just don't think it happens. But yeah, France wasn't sincere about that. There's no anti-Poland coalition necessarily, but okay, so Russia and Sweden are working together, but I don't think that this coalition of these two players is going to be good enough tactically to pose any threat to Salt, because they did this attack onto Novgorod, which is all well and good, but you only need 2 units to do that. So what you should have done was find, I think honestly you have to put Sweden there, because you need to cover Vologda, right? You have to find a way, because Poland's just going to do this. Let me get a better color. Poland's just going to retreat to Vologda, and you're screwed as Russia. Pick other, they have a pick. They can go out any direction.
Either one of them is terrible for those 2 players, so... Yeah,
I guess Sweden does okay here, but Russia does terribly, and that's just kind of how Russia is. Russia does terribly.
And I gotta think that Salt is over the moon about seeing Austria turn on Ottomans. I mean, that's just huge.
Yeah, Austria turn on the Ottomans. The other thing I want to mention is that because of these Swedish moves, unless Sweden does some tactical calculations and bounces this, there's an outside chance Poland lands a fleet in Baltic Sea without building any fleets. Which is nuts. Okay, so we have retreats that came in. I'm going to draw them on the map properly. So this result is, so it's that way for Russia, it's this way for Poland.
Alright, I'm finally back after this
little thank you.
marathon.
Welcome back. The other thing we didn't notice is that Ottomans stabbed Safavids, so Safavids retreated this army here because he had no other options. Which is funny, I guess. Let me go find other retreats.
The Ottomans held with so many of their units. I wonder if the Ottoman player is just feeling a little overwhelmed by the speed of the game. Just a lot of those.
That is very possible.
A lot of those holds just can't be correct.
Yeah, that's true. This hold in Mecca is just not something that I think you can really do, because you have to go either have to go to Cairo to try to fend off whatever this is going to be, or you have to go to Tamaha to fend off whatever this is going to be.
Yep. Yeah, this looks really good. Abyssinia in general, I think.
Yeah, Abyssinia is going to do great here. Yeah,
especially since Mali won't be a late game threat for them. I could see a really strong Abyssinia here.
Yeah, Mali
if they get Hawara, Nem, maybe Mara or Sana. Yeah, it looks really solid. Big fan.
Yeah,
and Ajuran does do the convoy. Nice.
My question is, if the Ottomans are feeling overwhelmed and can't get all of their units orders, why stab on the same turn? If you just feel like I've got too many units to order, it's not the turn that you want to stab your neighbor, right?
Yeah.
So
probably right.
So Aymara with this move, I didn't necessarily notice on the spot, but they lost control of Madeira to Spain, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, and Amazon got into Putumayo, which is cool. But I guess Spain can just kick them out again.
Yeah.
The Dutch, that is.
The tactics here are complicated.
Aymara and Mapuche are allied then, it looks like?
They have made common cause,
Yeah.
which is funny because now Spain and Portugal are killing each other.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah, what's going on in Iberia? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Spain is losing.
The other thing I did want to mention when we were looking at the moves, but we wanted to get through all of them first, is that I think we need to... This is harping on France a little bit, and I admit that, but I still think that this fleet is not the move. And you can see that clearer now, because Portugal stabbed Spain. Portugal's working against Spain. And as France, I mean, I think you have to be threatened. I mean, I know that Portugal is, like, helping you against Adjudication, but I think you have to feel threatened by this type of behavior, right? By this, like, monopolizing of the power in Africa. You have to feel threatened by that. You have to be able to work with Spain. The other thing that happened is that France is fighting the Netherlands. The Netherlands stabbed Spain here. They got in. They got a decent stab. They bounced. They got over here. Spain and Netherlands are fighting. This would be a really good moment for France and Spain to be cooperating, but it's going to be difficult for them to really do that properly, I think.
One thing that I think is very interesting is that Netherlands actually has a Bogota guaranteed here, because it's unguarded from any Spanish units.
This one right here. It's not. Spain could bounce it.
Oh yeah, right. Hui Toto. Makes sense. Sorry.
And
It's
Portugal also got Iberian Current into Bay of Biscay, which can only be an anti-French move. I mean,
that's an interesting move.
Yeah.
I suppose it's to help Netherlands. Oh, because Netherlands is an English channel.
Yeah.
With the support from London, though, right? So obviously, England was on board with this. Yeah. It has to be.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, because Russia.
I'm
Yeah, so
really
England is kind of blocking out any potential growth for themselves here. In Europe.
England doesn't need to grow in Europe, to be honest. But
yeah, as long as I have a great America, it works.
If you're gonna pick a horse in Europe and just help them, then the Dutch are a good one, just because they start so weak that they're less likely to be a problem.
For sure.
I agree.
That makes sense. What deadline did I set?
Just set it as eventually and see how the players interpret it.
Oh wait, did I not set the deadline? Oh
You
yeah,
did, 27.
I set it 25 minutes in the future for some reason. Error. Deadline excess 23. Okay, I removed a couple minutes from them. My head maps did not work out, apparently. Thank you for pinging.
Yeah, we're just gonna make sure they know. I mean, it would be funny if they didn't, though. Can you imagine?
Oh no, just losing 4 minutes. Damn, that would be horrible.
I do think that Portugal's position in Africa has worked out to be significantly better than I expected it to be. Like, I think
it's interesting.
They're looking okay.
Yes.
Congo has a free shot on St. Helena. It can't be defended. And Portugal's position in Africa looks solid.
I guess when I look at that, I guess the reasons for that, some of them are in Portugal's control, some of them are not. The alliance with the Netherlands obviously helps because it means you can just secure Cape Coe. Netherlands is not going to cause any problems with that. That's good.
Right.
Relations with France are good, which I think is good for Portugal and good play by Portugal, but is more a cause of the fact that France really wanted to just stab England and kill them. And so France was not going to pick a fight with Portugal for anything, for any reason. But the other thing that caused it, I think, is that France, despite knowing that they couldn't pick a fight with Portugal, still picked a fight with Adjudication. And so Portugal can just get away with doing all of this because Ajuran is tunnel visioned on France.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's how I view
Yeah,
it.
Portugal is getting a lot of stuff for free down in South Africa. I guess Congo is on the way, but what's the moves even around Bunjoro? There's a bounce over Bunjoro, pretty much, right?
This is coordinated, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a cool way of just demilitarizing the area. Very nice.
Yes,
Or not demilitarizing, but rather keeping safe for a season.
the rare besieged garrison.
Yeah, exactly. Done by two different powers to protect the third. How lovely.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. I think that the African triple is viable in this.
Yeah, it does look like a triple.
Yeah.
They're also killing Mali off in their own way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, how many centers does Mali lose this season? It doesn't look good for them.
Mali is dead.
Like, there's...
Dead as a
Yeah,
doorknob.
Mali is so dead.
They're losing this, they're losing this, and they're losing this. They're gonna be down to 3 if the
Yeah, maybe
opposition
Kurusa. Either Portugal gets Koya, or they lose Kurusa. Because Kangaba can support all Kurusa.
Oh yeah, because it bounced this way. So yeah, they can keep forward.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the Dutch really needs to get into Sahara, like ASAP, so they can get up into Jen and Timbuktu and all of that.
They can also try to start, like, you know, because Ottomans could be vulnerable given how many fleets they have.
Ooh, so you're thinking like a quick surge across Sahara attacking Gaddams? Or something?
Yeah, just like sneaking in and grabbing the dot. If you have 2 units here, you can do it. There's no consequences for doing it.
Yeah, I like that.
I guess the thing is,
Yeah, I really want to see Dutch dominate Africa here.
Well, the thing is, I would not expect to see it anytime soon, though, because Netherlands just picked a fight with Spain, and so Netherlands is not going to want to pick a fight with the Ottomans to help Spain.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's very fair.
The problem with that is that I feel like it's such a minor fight that they're like they could work that out, right? It's not like a huge stab by any means.
Yeah. It's really interesting to just get influence on politics up in Morocco in case they ever do that.
I will say the other thing that we have to consider, at least in the Ottoman position, is that we were talking about, Damien and I were talking about how decent it looked in terms of they got the pick their fights and everything is going to be fine. But they're now fighting 4 of their neighbors. They're fighting Safavids, they're fighting Abyssinia, they're fighting Spain, and they're fighting Austria.
Yeah, that's most of them.
So I think that the Ottomans absolutely need to 100% make peace with the Safavids, and they should be able to pull that off diplomatically. And possibly make peace with Spain, although they have so many fleets that it's kind of pointless. So maybe you just do your best in order to fight the war with Austria, you fight the war with Abyssinia, and you try to make peace with Safavids, is what I do in that position.
Yeah, makes sense.
The problem is I'm not sure if Safavids are going to be interested in peace.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Because they can just force Baghdad.
Yeah, they have a very strong attack on
actually, they can't.
Baghdad here.
Actually, never mind. I take that back. They can't force Baghdad. I think Safavids would be okay with peace.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because they can't.
Because Derbent retreated into Saritsyn. Yeah, you could try to
offer
support them into Shache.
Yeah,
exactly, to Shache.
Yeah, well, the other thing arguing against Safavids making peace is that Safavids and the Mughals appear to have a very, very good relationship. Just looking at just like no units anywhere near that border. So
yeah, I wonder who's getting Uzgan, because that center is kind of just chilling.
What's interesting is I believe that what that line is indicating is that the Russians tried to support the Mughals into Uzgan, and the Mughals didn't take the support. So that to me says that the Russian diplomacy is flailing and not being successful.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the moves play out in this area around Lake Ural. really cool.
I do think that Sweden and Russia, except for the fact that they didn't block the retreat of the Novgorod army, I think that the rest of the moves look reasonable.
I mean, it's competent, but competence isn't tactically enough to succeed in this position. Like, actually, just looking at it again,
I wonder if Vologda like
like
slips up to Nenetia or something.
You have to do something like. I'm sorry, just like that, right?
I wonder if Vologda could slip up to Nenetia or something to try to wreak havoc in the backline of Russia.
Yeah, that's actually what they did. They retreated to I can't speak. But the good news is that the Russians had a retreat to Verk.
Oh yeah, up to.
So they
that doesn't work
in that bad of circumstances.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't speak Russian, in case that's unclear.
Looks alright. Yeah, I think tactically, at least, if you wanted to hold the position together as Russia, you probably did have to move back Chisari up to Moscow and then like do that whole tactical dance that I showed. And that way, at least your position would remain coherent. Now, it would have forced Poland to retreat to Karelia, which means that Sweden's position would have been completely tactically like kaput. But it's like whatever. That's a Sweden problem. And Sweden like stabbed you immediately upon game start. So who really cares, right?
Yeah, I think that as long as Poland is able to keep Austria on side, I think that Poland is going to have a fantastic game here, even facing against Sweden, Russia.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially if Sapavid can actually like keep up the tempo.
Although I will say,
the Caspian Sea.
I don't think that the linchpin in that Polish success is even the linchpin in that Polish success is even the weak Russia. I think it's the weak Sweden because there's no pressure from the north at all. Like Poland is fighting Sweden, but it's like it's not like a Poland is fighting Sweden. It's like Sweden like tripped onto his face and then Poland tied Sweden's arms behind his back and tied his legs together. And now Poland is fighting Sweden and Russia. Like Poland is technically fighting Sweden, but like not really though.
Not that much to fight.
Yeah.
So, not that it matters, but I'm just looking at the Russian fleet in Barents Sea, apparently misordered to the Aleutian Islands. Doesn't matter because he's going to make it to.
Well, wait,
because
he's going to get bounced by England.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
Oh no!
No fun allowed.
Oh yeah. I just want to say, since we have a couple minutes left until adjudication, this event is gonna be really, really fun to just pan out. Just seeing an Imperial Diplomacy game progressing this fast and just all the parts of the board just interacting and such, it's very cool. We have like 40 people watching, which is amazing. And we have a very cool little commentators team just watching the map and
criticizing.
I'm enjoying this a lot.
we're watching and we're criticizing.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of the blunder icons we've issued yet, but
I mean, let's see. We have a couple minutes. We could try to issue blunders on this map. Are there any blunders? Are there any blunders though? Like there are like some poor moves, I guess technically, but I don't know if there are any big blunders tactically, at least.
Yeah.
The only one that stands out in my mind is the fleet build at Marseille. Everything else, I think, has been at least justifiable, if perhaps not optimal. I mean, just looking at the map now, I would say it's the fact that half of the Ottoman units held for no reason. I mean, there's...
Yeah, but that's just an inaccuracy, maybe? I don't know.
No, I mean, holding half your units in this position, because the problem is all this holding is... Actually, no, I guess it's not terrible, because you're only going to lose Sana, which isn't that bad. You were going to lose this anyway, so it's whatever.
Yeah. Maybe you can even talk Abyssinia into going for Mara instead? I don't know. Probably not.
So I'm just censoring that fleet right there.
I think that Abyssinia's position is all in on the Ottomans dying at this point. There's no...
Yeah,
anything
that's right.
they say
Yeah.
Oh, could you do this instead? Is going to be met with, no, I want you to lose.
Yeah, I think Abyssinia.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't
fair enough.
necessarily need Ottoman's dead, but you need Cairo, which basically does mean you need
Yeah.
Ottoman's dead.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you don't need to try to kill them to the ends of the earth, but
You don't need to like.
them
You don't need to march into Constantinople and dig out the Sultan and kill him, but you do need to like. But you do need him to be like in the corner crying.
Yes.
I really want to see like long term who gets like Tripoli and Tunis, because I could see it being Abyssinia, if Spain doesn't get their stuff together quickly.
Yeah, because Spain is so weak. That's a good point, actually, that you bring up.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe Abyssinia can just like take the entire south coast of the Mediterranean, and like start coring and getting into the Mediterranean proper.
Yeah, I mean I think that's the only way for Abyssinia to, in the long term, avoid stabbing Ajuran at a good moment.
Yeah.
Now,
for sure.
whether they'll do that over stabbing Ajuran, I'm not sure, because I think that for Abyssinia and Congo, stabbing Ajuran is going to be very tempting in the.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not for Congo, because Congo would only really get €1, and it's like, is that worth it? But like for Abyssinia, you could get in here. And if Ajuran's having a tough time fighting France plus Portugal and not getting any bills, then you could probably get away with it, I think.
For sure.
I agree, but I also think that there is the possibility for the African triple to last the entire game. I think that, especially
That
in
would
a game
be
where-
very cool.
especially in a game where you have a set deadline where it's going to end, but you know it's not just like, solo or bust, right? Like it's like
You can't
there's a
drag it
deadline.
out very much.
Right. And so the super late stab is just not very appealing because you won't have the time in order to really make it, to really make progress on it. So I almost feel like once you get to a certain, like once you're 6 years into the game, for example, then you just say, all right, I'm just allied with these people for the rest of the game because, it's just too much in order to redirect all of your armies and all that.
Let's see. I'm just looking at a little bit of press. The problem is there's a lot of press, so it's hard to even scroll down to look for press channels. Yeah, I mean, there's. I guess we'll have to see from moves because moves are about to lock. Other than that, yeah, Spain's going to do. The problem is that Portugal is stabbing Spain, but Portugal's going to get nothing out of it. Like, we were talking about how bad it is for Spain, but Spain has two armies in Madrid and Sevilla, and they can just, or Madrid and Gibraltar. So Spain can just sit there and be like, haha, whatever, what are you going to do? Right?
Yeah.
Like I guess we were talking
No,
about how bad that is, but Portugal legitimately gets nothing.
I'm almost tempted to say that maybe Portugal and Spain make up. I mean, I've never felt like they're good enemies in the first place. I think that Spain and Portugal really need to work together in order to be successful. And I mean, this is just kind of reinforcing that. It really just does not look like Portugal has a good attack. Not when Spain already has armies in place.
Yeah, Portugal needs the attack to be a surprise if Portugal wants to attack Spain well. Either a surprise or Portugal needs to have like 2 or 3 fleets in the North Atlantic that are ready to redeploy into these fleet zones and to take away the Canaries and the African possessions. But like without extensive preparation, like you said, Portugal doesn't have an attack. There's nothing here.
It's also extremely common for friendly Portugal and Spain in order to swap the Canaries for Rabat, so we may end up seeing that even if they do make peace.
Yeah, just
those may
inadvertent.
swap hands regardless.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good possibility.
I'm kind of shocked by how poorly Mali is doing. Like, Mali is just dead. I know we said that about Russia, and Russia seems like they have a little bit of life in their position now, but like Mali's position is just utterly doomed.
Yeah. I think that the key here in terms of why Mali is doomed is that obviously it's the coalition. That goes without saying. But I think the reason the coalition is doing so well is because this is a game of a lot of decent players who really recognize they all recognize the threat of Mali from the start, but B, it's a blitz game, so there's not time for Mali to chip away at them over the week or whatever, over the 3 days of press and be like, this is going well for us, and you could do much better if you got their dots. And then I would focus, like, if you're talking to Netherlands, you say, hey, take these English dots, I'll go this way, because look at how weak all these guys are. I could go up here much more easily than I could attack you. Or you talk to like Portugal and you say, hey, Netherlands is being kind of annoying. We could work together. I could go focus on this. I could help you against Poland. But the coalition formed because you have Salt on, you have Captain Mimezio, you have Evolution and Sarcastic Scribe. There's experience there. There's a good pedigree of players there that we know of. And they're not going to be lured into working with Mali from the start. They want Mali to be weak, and now Mali is just too weak, and there's not enough time. Like I said, I don't know if you have any insights on how.
No, I think that's 100% true. I think that really the best shot you have is trying to get them to squabble over the spoils, right? And try to lure one of the players in and say, oh well, I can support you in here into something that they've already promised away, and then try to get them to fight each other, but. You're just looking to survive at that point. Mali is effectively, their chances of being a major threat this game have been crippled. It's a question of, do they get wiped out entirely, or do they survive in some form?
Yeah. I'm looking in Poland's void.
All right,
I'm looking in Poland's
we're
void.
finally working at the orders now. What's going on?
His void was like, do I dot Dutch, because he's a fleet here. He could do this. He's like, you're like, I shouldn't, but C dot. he's let's see. Are the orders posted? Okay, not yet. Yeah.
No, I just locked them. I disconnected for a couple of minutes. So that was not good. But I'm back now. Thankfully. Hopefully my connection will stay strong for the rest of the day, especially when next session. Okay, let's see here. The bot is working a bit slowly today, so we'll have to see how this goes.
All right.
So what are you most interested in seeing from the updated moves in the spring?
I'm not sure. It really depends on if there's any big stabs, I guess. Because if things continue as they do now, then it really depends. I don't know. I guess we'll see if Ming can turn anybody to their side. That's one thing, because right now it's looking very poor for that.
I want to see if Portugal and Spain manage to make amends with each other. I think that's going to be a huge thing.
Good point. Although I'm not sure they will, because Portugal is still firmly allied with the Netherlands, which disincentivizes any sort of making up, because Netherlands just stabbed Spain.
Well, given Mapuche and Aymara apparently being allied now, I think that also incentivizes the Netherlands and Spain to work together.
I guess it does, yeah.
Then again, it's tough to read into too much with just the moves. Mapuche could change their mind at any time. They may just have had cooperation for one turn and then decided, nah, I'd rather sweep in. So I think for now it's definitely worthwhile for them to work together just to defeat Portugal at least, but see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, maps are almost out.
Oh, apparently in the Council of Nations,
Yes.
Molly said he has not done any press.
Wait, what?
Let me check.
Great.
Let me check that. He's done a little bit of press. Let's see, he did support. Oh no, sorry. This is wrong. This is the guy he didn't show up to play Molly, who's now awake. Okay, false alarm. Molly exists.
Molly exists.
That makes me a little sad, just because that means that someone got thrown into Molly at the last second and then got gangbanged.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not great.
But that's okay.
Okay, let's see here. We have the orders out now, guys. So feel free to have a look.
Maps.
Okay. You wanna take it west to east this time?
Yep. All right. Start back up in our little corner. A whole lot of moves between Athabasca and Inuit for nothing ever happens. Nothing happened, nothing does happen, nothing will happen. Except Oot will approach and be more annoying. Also,
yeah, that definitely
Russia,
does not look good for a Thap.
Russia's... What? No. Oh, no, because Russia did move the Chukchi's sea fleet all the way over that way, so they did get an actual fleet into Aleutians. Okay, I was confused. Let's see. Sorry,
England let Russia into
Spitsbergen.
what's it called? Spitsbergen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was nice of them.
Yeah.
I think that's smart on England's part.
Let's see. So Spain supported England in the Cherokee and took Missouri themselves. So I guess Spain and England have a really decent understanding here. Spain bounced Netherlands there. Spain held Cartagena. Poland left Caracas, and instead he saw a different dot. His eyes
Oh shit.
shifted,
Having Netherlands.
and he saw a different dot. Ooh.
Oh no.
Poland.
Oh, okay. Is that good? I don't know. Like, you
I don't
kind of won Netherlands for Mali. So.
Well, the problem is that France stuck into Barbados because France is just kind of being a gremlin with regards to dots. It's like, oh, I need dots.
Yeah.
France is doing the salt tactic: see dot, take dot.
They kind of
Yeah.
don't have any choice at this point.
Better
Yeah, they
versus but
They don't even have a good basis in North America. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Looks like Mapuche is going to win this fight with Portugal. He could have taken Buenos Aires this turn, but elected to play it conservatively.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I don't know.
I
know
mean,
if
he's got next.
playing slow in a blitz game. I don't know. Let's see. Looks like Ayamara did decently against Spain, got his dot back. And Spain didn't decide to be extremely annoying, so that's fine.
I just want to point out that Sweden stabbed Russia again.
Oh,
Wait.
wait.
Oh wait, no. Is that a? Yeah, that's a swap then. They swapped Archangel.
No, this is not a swap.
Archangels.
This is Sweden stabbed Russia, but Poland stabbed Sweden when Sweden stabbed Russia.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I do.
Because
So he was
Poland,
expecting a
Poland-
bounce.
Poland promised him a bounce here. And
Yeah,
promised to
that's
support
what
him.
happened.
Promised to let him here. But instead, Salt just stabbed him. That's a brutal stab. And the problem is that the fact that Sweden did that stab to Russia means Sweden and Russia are not going to work together either. So Salt has just won against Sweden and Russia. The problem is that the Ottomans...
keep getting away with it.
Yeah, the problem is that the Ottomans are getting involved against him now, too.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's an interesting position, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's fascinating that such a weak power like Austria from the start is now just fighting all of his neighbors successfully.
Except Poland.
Yeah.
See, was this
Well,
fall
I mean,
or
he's-
spring? That was fall moves. Okay, yeah. Like
Austria is moving against France. Austria is moving against Spain. Austria is moving against the Ottomans, and Austria is moving against Poland.
No, this
I mean,
is
we'll
friendly.
see if it works out for them.
This is agreed upon, almost certainly, because you got to do this to get into Sarajevo.
Okay.
If Austria was moving against Poland, he would have taken Bremen. At least in my book.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't really threaten any actual centers. So Austria and Poland are, man. How
Yeah,
does
that's a solid duo.
getting away with it?
Yeah,
Yep.
they really do. That's fun.
It looks like no. So Safavids and the Ottomans are still at war. No reconciliation on that front.
Yep. Safavids did the opposite of Saul. They decided to hold on a non-dot instead of supporting themselves to a dot. So Safavids actually have to disband here. Oh, Safavids got dotted by Portugal.
Oof.
Yep.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, Safavids is going to do poorly now. Safavids will be no bueno. Let's see.
Well, they did get Baghdad. No,
Yes.
no, they didn't.
Do you know if I manually have to enter forced disbands or not?
They
If
can enter
any of you
disband.
have
They can enter disbands by themselves.
But
Oh, do you
if
have
they don't, does
Ah.
the units get disbanded or not?
I think you do have to enter it. I would
Okay.
enter it just to be safe, right?
Mm.
Like have them
There's
enter it
quite
probably.
a few.
Yeah, have them enter it and call it good. Let's see what else happened. So, this is bad for Mughals. Mughals is getting chipped away at by England. Portugal finally got the Maldives. France lost a dot in Madagascar. Oh, this is painful for France. Look at this tactic. Oh,
Yeah.
France. I'm sorry. He cut the support, so he could have just held in Barra and been fine. But alas, it was not meant to be.
And then Portugal ends up taking Sakalava.
Yeah. If France had just held here, that would have been a forced disband.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, wait, Portugal... Wait, no, because Portugal did the
Oh,
surprise
they're in
stab.
Badua.
So, yeah. So Ajuran's actually doing really... They're having a really tough go of it now. Because they don't get any
Yeah, this
builds.
Portugal looks solid.
Yeah, this is good Portugal. This is some good Portugal gameplay. They got Tangier as well. They outguessed Spain.
Very nice.
Yeah, good Portugal gameplay.
Okay, I'm adjudicating now. And then we're going into the second winter. We're a bit behind schedule, but it's okay.
Yeah, England and Netherlands continue to cooperate against Mali, so that's bad news for Mali.
Certainly.
Oh, and Portugal and Poland continue to work against them. Yeah, so it seems like the anti-Mali coalition is alive and well.
They're going to see that
For
one
sure.
through.
Yep.
Now, the downside is Portugal's fight with Spain is diverting one of his anti-Mali units north. Which means that Mali might have a chance to kind of cause some chaos in this general area.
Yeah, that's not great.
Well, I think that Mali has a disband, right?
Yeah.
should have.
Yeah, they do. 2 disbands.
Yeah, so I think Aswanik has to be one of those disbands, unless you're just straight up throwing and deciding that you want to mess around with Portugal. So
I guess it depends on your utility and what you like, whether you think you have a chance to turn any of the colonials. Because if you don't have a chance to turn any of the colonials, then I think you do just keep Aswanik and kind of see what you can make away from Mali proper, because it's clearly lost at that point.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
I don't know.
No, I agree with that. I think that Abyssinia seems to be making good progress against the Ottomans, and the Ottomans do not have any units to spare to try to stem the tide there. So I mean, Abyssinia looks to be doing absolutely fantastic, especially because their quote unquote ally in Adran is now getting absolutely mauled, and it's not even their fault. So they, oh, sorry, buddy. I hope you do better.
Yeah, it's like, that's so sad. Yeah. Tragic.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Thoughts and prayers. Let's see. What else what can we look at? Ming is having a rough go of it at this point, I think. Let's see. They kept Beijing. And they got Turfan, so they didn't lose too much, but they lost a guessing game against Mughals really badly. Oh, Mughals stabbed Ming again. Mughals told Ming that they were going to attack Ayutthaya and they didn't.
That's what it looks like to me.
Rough. Yeah, that's just 4 dots cleanly lost. Ming is down to 5.
And Portugal, against all odds, continues
Ming,
to expand.
Ming is down to 4. They lost Hanyang as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
Portugal is up to a third dot.
I gotta say, I really love how this Portugal is playing so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, Portugal's looking
They're
great.
doing funny move.
So they have enough builds that they could really just like build an empire in Southeast Asia, right? Like they could put down 2 fleets there and just kind of dominate everything south of the Netherlands and then get a good stab. So we'll see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to because they even have good stuff in Arabia. Like, what is this?
Yeah,
This is not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah. Portugal's, I mean, I guess the chaos of a Blitz game works really well for a power with just a bunch of outposts everywhere. Like, people haven't banded together to just kind of crack down on Portuguese power and influence, and so obviously they're going to have a really good go of it, and they're going to get whatever they want.
Yeah. Very cool. Very, very cool. I do wonder what England gets out of Mali. Since Dutch got Nyani.
Good question. I think England probably gets Nyani in the long term, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
I mean, maybe England.
Maybe they're just helping. Getting good favor.
England can kind of just. I mean, Corbatin is not critical to the English plan ultimately.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of a one center throwaway. So.
Well, I guess what you probably do in the long term is you keep. Sorry, go ahead.
You can just say, hey, I'm using these units to help you in exchange for, I don't know, having them be okay with losing New Amsterdam and North America, or, cooperating with you in the Caribbean or something like that. That's the power of the colonial, being able to use power in one region to support somewhere across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine in the long term, I think maybe you just want to get rid of this, but then you trade it out for New Amsterdam and you call it a day.
I gotta say, I really love how the Dutch has maneuvered their fleets around Philippines. Because they have placed units in Philippine Sea and Halmahera Sea now. If they build another fleet in Formosa, they can push down to Luzon Straits and push out from Cotabato. They are all of a sudden have surrounded all of the Philippines.
They have, but the question is allowing Portugal to become so strong in the region going to backfire on them?
Yeah, for sure. I think they're hoping right now that Portugal might focus on Australia.
Which I think is reasonable. I don't think there's any reason why Portugal and the Netherlands would have to go to war. I think they definitely can cooperate, but we'll see what happens.
But if one gets a good stab on the other all over the world, then the game can just end because of how many dots there are to gain in that stab.
Yeah, you're right.
The other thing I'll note is it's been pointed out to me that in press, This was not Mughal stabbing Ming. This is Ming throwing 2 Mughals.
Ming is throwing to Mughals already?
Because Ming is upset with Qing for the builds.
I mean, when you build 2 fleets, I mean, what do you really expect those, the land-based powers are going to eye you up, I guess.
Yeah, Ming hard committed to a fight against Tokugawa, and Qing did not. Qing didn't see it the same way. Qing, oh my god, this is what in the, I mean, it worked, but like, look at that. I cannot imagine.
This Qing is crazy.
Like imagine if Russia
This
just,
Qing is gonna be really strong.
Imagine if Russia had just held.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
And he gets
That's a crazy position.
Doesn't he get her? I don't know if he gets Irkutsk. We'll see in the builds, whatever. But yeah, it's funny. He does get Irkutsk. Okay, that's good. So I guess I'll draw out some retreats where relevant. So that. Moscow retreated to Voronezh.
Wow, Portugal is plus 11 this phase?
Yep. Yeah,
It's
Portugal did really
insane.
well. Because he got that. He got Buenos Aires. He got Cape Coe.
Wow.
There needs to be a coalition.
Yeah, that's amazing.
There needs to be a coalition against Portugal, which might be Mali's saving grace, because if Portugal's getting too powerful, and we'll see. Yeah,
This is a very powerful Portugal.
Portugal is
Like,
at 39.
all their
They
small
only need
colonies that are
64.
not expected to do well are doing well, like Arabia and Macau.
Oh, wait, we didn't even notice. Portugal stabbed Ayutthaya and Hanoi. See.
Oh yeah. So that colony is also 3 centers now.
Yes.
I wonder if they build an army or fleet there.
I think I would build a fleet.
Wow.
But what do you attack?
The
Ayutthaya.
Portuguese have 10 more units than the second place player. That's incredible.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
going to be a
that's-
coalition against them, I have to imagine.
It's tough to
But do
organize
they
a
have the
coalition
time
with
to
speed.
organize one?
Yeah.
Do they have the
Well,
time to
But
organize
it's
a
gonna have to
coalition?
be. It's gonna have to be a colonial. Either Spain, France, Netherlands, or England are gonna have to organize the coalition because they could have one player do all the regular stuff and one player just focus on assembling that coalition to try to prevent Portugal from just winning on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really exciting.
You know that Spain's going to be on board with the coalition.
Yeah, you do
So-
have a pretty willing participant there.
The question is, can you get the Netherlands on board?
Yeah.
It's hard, and I guess. I guess the other question is whether other powers are willing to do it, given Mali. I mean, I guess we'll have to see, right? Oh, also, I guess as a side note, France is -5. We didn't cover that too much. But
France
yeah.
is not doing nice.
Yeah, it's
Poor
just
France.
the downsides of a failed stab on England is death,
Yep.
and it's.
I mean, it was also a stab on Spain, so...
That's true. They also
Yeah.
dotted Spain for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. It's one dot, and you don't get a long-term threat or attack out of it because you can only build one fleet, anyways.
Yeah.
Don't know exactly what the solution there is.
Alright, I'm adjudicating builds right now. Hopefully I'll have no technical problem. Let's see here. Damn, Portugal with 11 builds. That's... Yeah, Portugal with 11 builds is crazy.
I guess Portugal would have considered deferring some of them. I don't know. But I guess you can use all of them so well that you don't defer anything.
Yeah, no, I don't... I would personally probably use them all.
Yeah,
Because-
I guess you do use them all, because like you build like an army, like for example, like Army Porto, Fleet Lisboa, you just crush Spain now. It's uncontested.
Yeah. Yeah, this position looks
Crazy.
super.
Yeah, there's no hiding the fact that you're the front runner, not when you're that far ahead, so
Yeah.
you just build them all. Like, kill the leader
Yeah,
syndrome
because-
is definitely a thing, but when you're this far ahead, there's no point in trying to, you can defer some builds, but nobody's going to say, oh, Portugal's not a threat because they deferred a couple
I
builds.
don't think people have time to recognize that you're not using all your builds even.
That's a
Right.
good. Yeah,
No, I
actually,
agree.
yeah, that's a good point.
You,
Yeah.
you just spam them. Just get them all down. You don't have the time to do the diplomacy to make it worth it to not wave. Or not to...
To wave
yeah,
builds.
English. Yes, thank you. Okay, let's see here. That's the wrong map. Okay, that's the one. Okay, how many people are still along here watching? Wow, we still have around 30
33.
people.
Yep.
Thanks for hanging in here with us. It's been really fun having you guys here so far. I hope you all enjoy it.
If you're anything like me, you're getting hungry.
Yeah. Yeah, a break.
We got to make it to 4 years before the break happens, right? Maybe it'll be 3. Who knows? I'm definitely eyeing up a Taco Bell run for sure.
Oh well, yeah. I have meatloaf lined up for lunch. So. And a baked potato.
Baked potato.
Yep. I mean, butter and salt, obviously. You can't have just plain baked potato. You gotta have some good toppings for it.
So I'm curious to see where France disbands. I think that their best bet, which admittedly is a distant hope, but is still their best bet, would be to just throw all in on North America, right?
All in North America. Also, probably disband these fleets now that you can.
We're not gonna let that go.
No, I mean that was. I cannot believe you're France. You're fighting England and Netherlands, and you're just like, I'm gonna build a fleet in Marseille. Like,
Yeah.
Hey,
we got
map's going out. Yep, going out now. Okay, deadline.
Oh no.
X.
France has disbanded in North America.
I guess
Uh-oh.
let me grab that map. And
I'll be gone for a minute or two, just grabbing a glass of water.
Fair enough. I'm gonna have to make a water run soon, I think. Okay, we'll just clear out some maps that I had. And okay.
So France is trying to survive
in Europe.
In the Caribbean.
Yeah, Caribbean.
I guess they're trying to survive in North America.
But they're not really.
Two disconnected groups, though.
Yeah.
I don't see this working.
If you were gonna. Okay, I just yeah, we gotta do this. Okay.
Why did England build an army in Bermuda? That's a choice.
Convoy. Because they want. I'm sure they wanted to build in Boston, but France.
Okay, fair enough.
France was there. I mean, I guess if you're disbanding these 3 in North America, you also just disband Erie and Mont Royal and just call it.
They kept both of their fleets in the Med.
Why? You cannot.
I don't know.
These achieve nothing. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't do anything with these fleets.
They disbanded the army in Bordeaux. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Sweden built 3. That's a massive recovery for them. After only building 1.
Yeah, Sweden's position actually looks decent now because they actually can hold off against Poland because Poland built an army in Vilno and not a fleet. Poland builds a fleet in Vilno, then I think Poland just wins. But he built an army.
He built a fleet in Gdansk, but
not enough.
I don't know.
Because like if you had the third fleet here, then you can do kind of like this. You can support Gdansk to Baltic Sea, and you're either getting into Gulf of Riga or Baltic Sea. And then once you get one, you can apply pressure. You can try to force the other. you can apply pressure to Narva, because Gothenburg's going to have to bounce Scania forever.
So you're just assuming that Sweden and Poland are at war now after the stab?
Now they have to be. I don't see how you have like this fleet build or whatever and all this and all these knives and they're not fighting each other.
No, that's fair. The one counter argument I suppose I'd make would be that they built an army in Umeå, but I mean that's obviously intended in the short term to retake Helsingfors, and then I don't know, garrison against. I mean, hey, maybe they're thinking that their main threat from the land in that direction is going to be from Poland. So,
it could be going that way.
Yeah.
Could be
Oh
taking
yeah,
Trondheim.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That probably makes sense.
I think that's the most likely outcome.
So let's see what else can we derive from this. An army in Cairo, that's smart. A fleet in Baghdad, I think that is interesting. Let's go with.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you not just build an army there? But
you need the thing is here, just for everybody, you need the army because when you get to Shiraz, you need a unit in Shiraz to support you into Tehran. So a fleet is useless.
And one army in Cairo is not enough in order to stem the tide from Abyssinia. So it's I don't see it. I don't see why you build the fleet in Tunis.
He retreated Sanaa to Katiri instead of to Tamaha as well, which feels wrong to me.
Abyssinia's position is just so good. I'm genuinely jealous. I would love to hop into that seat and start playing it.
Just win. Yeah, you just win.
Yeah. Let's see. Mali only had one disband, and they disbanded in Hausa states, which makes a lot of sense. That means they got to keep. They got to keep the Aswanic.
I guess they
which is nice.
disbanded a retreat because they're down to 4 centers from 6. Yeah.
Hello there. I'm back again.
Okay.
Wait.
Because they lost Nyani and Kanem.
No, they actually only have 4 centers, and they have. Oh yeah, they have 4 units. Okay.
Yeah, they just disbanded all retreats instead of retreating.
Okay.
Let's see what else happened. Netherlands army in South America. Boje gets more fleets. Let's see, what did Portugal build? Okay, so Portugal built 2 fleets in Southeast Asia, which is bad for Netherlands. I think we can both acknowledge. They built nothing in China, which is
I was kind of surprised by that. Not in India either.
I guess they built a lot in Africa though. They built 2 fleets, which means France's colonies. France disbanded, right? So France has acknowledged his colonies are dead. This is Portugal being like, yes, France, your colonies are indeed dead.
Yeah. So I guess they're just gonna try to capture Madagascar from Adjuran now.
This is Portugal hard committing against Adjuran.
Although I think you want a fleet here and the army here because the army needs to go that way right away. Like that's just what I would do it. So like a slight.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like slightly suboptimal, but it's whatever. Also, Congo didn't take St. Helena. It's funny.
Yeah. Whoa. What did I do?
Just held in place.
Ah. Okay. Well, Netherlands sure like that.
It kind of makes sense to me because Congo doesn't want to have to fight Netherlands, and 1 dot probably isn't worth the armies that it would take in order to start a whole new front. That being said, I'm not sure who Congo is fighting.
Portugal.
Yeah.
Is it Portugal?
Yep.
It's gonna be Portugal.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe Abyssinia. They might, because they also, I think they just dot Abjaron. I think Abjaron's just dead. Like, I don't know how you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just take Banjaro and.
And Abyssinia
Why not?
probably should take Warsangali.
I think that if Congo is going to be fighting Portugal, which looks very likely, then not taking St. Helena is a very smart move on their part. C dot, not take dot. Thumbs up.
Well, I mean, I just disagreed. I don't know if, It's weird, I guess.
I'm willing to award France the second blunder of the game with keeping both of their fleets. There's just no way that you keep Corsica and Marseille over the army in Bordeaux and over I don't know, Estrie, something in North America.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Or like something in Africa. Like even this fleet in Fort Dauphin is like pretty much worthless, but it's worth more than the fleets in the Mediterranean.
No, I think we can agree on
The
that.
Indian Ocean fleet is funny.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Why?
That Indian Ocean fleet can try to snipe something, maybe Ceylon, maybe Sumatra, something like that. But
Yeah,
even
yeah.
then-
Ceylon is unguarded pretty much here.
True.
I think that the value of one random fleet that's trying to snipe random centers is just so low compared to you need a core of power, right?
You need
a group of centers that you can defend.
Yeah, like the entire, I guess the entire like thing about being a colonial is that your centers are divided and your challenge is to unite them and to make them a coherent entity. Having a fleet randomly sniping centers is the exact opposite of what you want to be doing in the long term anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to think that those fleets in the Mediterranean sticking around is going to piss off Spain. Yeah. There's a third Portuguese army now in Porto. So
Yeah, what do we think about that entire area? With Portugal and Iberia.
Portugal didn't build properly to kill Spain, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you want,
Yeah, not fully.
Because the fleet here is like the key to get into Cadiz Bay and just force everything open. Also, some intel from press. England is telling Netherlands that they don't need a coalition against Portugal. That Portugal's not that scary. So England is either like really down to ally Portugal. England maybe is stabbing Netherlands at some point, but I don't see it now because they didn't build the fleet in Plymouth.
Yeah, makes sense.
Or maybe England wants to win with Portugal. It's hard to say what exactly their objective is, but their objective is not an
England
immediate
is okay. Yeah, they're third place, right behind the Dutch. I guess we maybe could see like a colonial triple win.
Well,
it's possible, given how weak
Portugal
Spain
also
is.
just doesn't threaten England in any meaningful way. You know?
Yeah, except for like India, but they didn't build in India.
Well, there are two places Portugal threatens England. Number one is India, like you mentioned. Number two is North Atlantic, because if Portugal from Azores controls North Atlantic, then they can kind of do this whole thing, and that's unpleasant for England. Portugal hasn't really done either of those things. So I understand why England is concerned. Of course, the third way I'd be concerned about Portugal is, they're going to win the game. Because that's not out of the question. Like, if Portugal lands a good stab on the Netherlands, he can get like 10 dots off of that. And at that point, with other games, you're probably at like 55 out of 64, and the next closest is going to be 40 at best. And that would have to be England getting a good stab on somebody as well. So, like, it's definitely possible.
I wonder how quick this game is going to be, like, tempo-wise. Because I think there's potential for a very high-tempo game, since colonials might not be as easy to coordinate against as usual.
Yeah, there's not going to be the dogpiling.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see that colonials are actually doing quite fine overall, which is fun, because people were stressed out about them. But I don't know how the colonial pressers are feeling like right now, but pretty stressed, I'd imagine.
I mean, if I had to take bets, I would actually put my money on Poland over Portugal at this point. I think that their position is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
With Austria solidly onside, Ottomans appear to be collapsing, so you can trust that the Austrians will have room to expand into the Ottomans for the foreseeable future, which kind of opens them up to a stab from behind. Russia's collapsing. Sweden doing a little bit better, but Sweden's always going to be vulnerable. I just feel like Poland's in such a fantastic position.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
You don't
Sweden
agree?
got
Right.
rebuilt here? How is that possible?
Yeah, he what was it? It was like Christiana and I think he disbanded units near Russia in retreats because I can only see 1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4 that weren't
Okay,
killed.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
because Sweden is at 7 centers. Yeah.
I think that Poland has slightly. It's like a very slight thing. Like it's not a blunder. It's like an inaccuracy in how he built. I still think the fleet in Vilna was necessary to get at Sweden properly.
Yeah, a fleet in the Gulf of Riga is really powerful.
Yeah,
I mean, admittedly, there obviously was some shenanigans going on with the Baltic Sea Helsingfors thing, but if Sweden and Poland can put aside their differences, I mean, it basically comes down to: do you think Sweden is willing to forgive Poland? I don't know.
I don't even know if it's about forgiveness. I just think Sweden, like Poland, literally can't attack Sweden.
Right.
And I don't know where Poland
But
gets
then-
I don't know where Poland gets 3 builds at this point without stabbing Austria to do it. But if you're stabbing Austria, then you're not going to have the ability to fight Sweden.
Yeah. Yeah, are we worried that Poland might get slowed down too much at this point?
I mean,
am.
there aren't any free. Yeah, now that I look at it, if you cut out Austria, I guess maybe you get some centers from the Ottomans and from the Caucasus with Russia, but it's tough. It's definitely tough.
Yeah, all the Russian units like around Vichy will trouble you for a long time, and if Ottomans continue pushing like up through Transylvania, Ravenna, that could be scary.
All these armies.
The Ottomans' builds don't look hostile to Poland. I mean, they look like
That's
they're.
very true.
I don't
That's
really
very
know
true.
what they're trying to do. One unit in Tunis, one in Cairo, one in Baghdad. It just feels very scattered.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah. What do we think about Mughal at that point? Because they have pretty much lost the Indian continent or whatever. But they're up in Tibet doing some cool stuff.
I think Bugos is fine. It's not good. It's not like a winning position, but they're gonna live. They're gonna get to fight the colonials a bit more now because they have the units to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, they built Ahmedabad, so.
I think that from the Mughal position, you can say to yourself, at some point, England and Portugal need to fight each other, and when that happens, I can make progress in India.
Makes sense.
Only problem.
I personally.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just go. I personally think that Mughals. It's not immediately obvious from just looking at the map, but they really need to get fleets and to getting out into Indonesia and just having fleet support for attacks into lower India. So the army build in Kolkata I can't agree with ultimately. They did build a fleet in Ahmedabad, which is smart. So we'll see some progress there maybe, but it doesn't they don't look on the face of it like a naval power, but ultimately they need fleets in order to be successful.
So I think
Makes
that
sense.
you can justify the build of the army in Kolkata, but it's very narrow. Here's how I would do it. This is the only way I think you can justify Kolkata as an army instead of a fleet. Is you have to do this. You have to do this attack, right? Supported by that. But then you want to get armies in other spots, so you have to do this, and then this. And the problem is that, of course, Hyderabad might support Gondwana to hold, and that'll be annoying. But this is the way you justify the army, is because ideally you want to get the English army back, but you don't want England to retreat this way or this way.
I mean, if Ming is really throwing to the Mughals, then you want those armies to be going further into China.
Kind of, but I also think that this is just a really decent spot to sit and hold at, and if you get further into China, then Qing is going to be quite tempted to fight you, but because, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is that Qing built a fleet in Shenzhen, which means Qing is definitely looking to have security against Tokugawa. Now, whether that's something you can exploit, I mean, we'll see, right? But that's something I look at.
Think about it. If you want to make an analogy to vanilla, it's like if you're playing Germany, no matter how much you trust England, you still want 2 fleets, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Because if you have 0 fleets, you're just basically saying, "Please stab me." So
Yeah, take control over all the seas. Do it.
yeah, like you want some fleets, just even if they just don't do anything all game. You just want some fleets so that you don't look like a target.
Yep. I think there's a valid point behind that.
I do think that Tokugawa's position is kind of like sleeper good here, just because maybe at some point Ching stabs them, but other than that, they don't have any real threats against them. So we're gonna see.
Where do they grow is the question here.
It's a valid question, but I think that island nations have this inherent advantage where they just keep building fleets and just keep building fleets, and you know, it's so difficult in order to really attack them. Like I think we see Tokugawa at least in the midpoint of the final score.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think the key thing with island nations, at least, A, you want to build the fleets, but B, you want to, if you're playing an island nation, you especially in like a variant like this with Tokugawa, where you can build like 10 fleets, you have to be very, very careful and very strategic about where you're placing your fleets, and to make sure that you're not leaving any vulnerable spots. Because the only way you can get defeated once you have like 10 fleets is if somebody with 3 lands a surgical strike into your homeland and gets an army over there, and then you just kind of are in a lot of pain for the rest of the game. So like
yeah, for sure.
So like you want to have fleets on hand to make sure the Oriental Sea is fine, to make sure the Strait is fine, just in case anyone gets any ideas.
Yeah.
You also want to make sure your outposts are doing okay. You don't necessarily need to defend them hard, but like with Koryaks, for example, you want to have like a fleet nearby, like an NPO, just to make sure. You want to make sure Hawaii, which Japan just took from Spain, actually, funnily enough, is okay.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
You probably also
Yes.
want these islands.
Yeah, I don't expect to see the Spanish keeping the Philippines for much longer, honestly.
War with the Dutch and the Japanese is not a good recipe for the Philippines remaining Spanish.
Yeah, for sure. But it looks like we're more likely to get Dutch Philippines list, which is it's not a thing we see that often, surprisingly.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see it. Okay, orders lock. I'll be back in just a minute for after I have adjudicated.
All right, so what are we? Biggest questions I think for this turn are: does Sweden? What's Sweden doing diplomatically? Are they fighting Poland? Are they fighting Russia? Are they just trying to defend? How does Mali's situation turn out? I think is another open question to me. Do we see any concerted efforts against Portugal? It doesn't sound like we do, but who knows? Does Ming continue to throw, or are they actually going to make a game of it? It's always a question.
Yeah. And let's see, I guess we'll see how the Spain, like whether Spain continues to be under pressure. I imagine they do based on Ottoman Tunis and Portuguese Porto, and the lack of disbands by France.
Honestly, the home islands are just kind of looking juicy right now. I mean, there's just very few units there compared to the number of centers. I feel like at some point somebody's going to see that and try to go for it. Although there's an open question of who even can attack England there. I mean, it's not France. The Dutch can build like 2 fleets at most. And the Swedish probably don't want to move that far away from their home when they're bordering salt. So I don't know. Maybe neglecting the home islands pays off.
Yeah. just poking around in the Discord server to see if there's anything interesting to look at.
Sorry, I just noticed now that Cap-Haitian and Hispaniola was taken by Spain. I did not notice that previously.
That is good for Spain.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. It means that France can't build any more units in the Caribbean in the foreseeable future. Even if they were to retake it, then it would be covered in winter. So.
Hmm.
That, my friend, is what I call speed. I'm already done.
Nice.
Alright, sweet. Okay, I need to unlock orders. By the way, I recommend looking at Ute. It's a very interesting position over there.
What is it?
No, not Ute, Apapasca.
Oh yeah, that's chaos. Let's
Yeah.
look. Copy image, paste. No, paste. There we go.
I think they're just losing, right? Looks
Yeah,
like.
so Inuit told them that they were going to be friends now, and then Inuit stabbed them in the back, and so Athabasca is dead. Goodbye, Athabasca.
That's what I'm seeing.
Give me 1 second to just grab an appropriate image. Blunder.
And you were correct, the Bermuda Army was to be convoyed to Boston, just like you said.
Yep.
Yeah, that move makes a lot of sense.
Oh boy.
Very cool.
Yeah, there we go. So,
Well,
yeah.
England and the Netherlands are still allied, it looks like.
Spain is going to attack Ut, I think.
Yeah, Ute looks... yeah, you're right. Ute is having a good time against...
But,
oh no.
But he'll be fine, so maybe they won't.
Spain just lost Madrid because they didn't have time to get all their orders in, I'm guessing.
Oh
yeah.
shit. Yeah, that's not great.
No bueno. They won't lose Sevilla or Gibraltar. Gibraltar will be fine. They lose Marrakesh though, because Portugal and Ottomans did press. Ottomans. We'll see. They should be fine. Poland just went east. Poland decided that these armies are going to go live off the land in the middle of Russia during the winter.
Yeah. Whoa, can they guarantee like a Varkoye?
No.
But no, they cannot.
Russia can cut support on both units and be fine, I think.
Oh, okay, never mind then. That would have been
they might get
really fun to see.
They might get it anyways, because oh, wait a second. Look at that.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by these Poland moves.
Look at that English move.
Where?
Up there. Greenland Karasi.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that one. Trying to get Obdor, maybe?
Well,
yeah.
I think probably most importantly, Sweden and Russia are not cooperating in any way. They are very much hostile towards each other.
Yeah, this is chaos.
Yeah, just a hissy fight right there.
Yeah, this just looks like chaos, I'm gonna be honest.
Which, I mean, Poland's moves are very pro-Sweden, so that's good for Sweden.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's just a little bounce in Livonia.
Yeah.
By the way, it seems like Portugal also had a partial NMR over in East Africa.
Oh, no bueno.
With Maravi Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have a lot of units.
This is what I was saying. You need one person dedicated to just filing orders for everything, just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what the best way to divide tasks are.
I mean, I think it's got to be press, at least in the beginning, I think you want a lot of press, so maybe 2 people for press, but afterwards you really need press and orders, because you're going to, like, especially on Colonial, you're going to have 40 units. You need to be dedicated to that.
Yeah. By the way, it looks like France expected Nantes to get convoyed to Greenland. But Portugal did not convoy them.
Yeah,
Surprise.
no. Surprise. France got into Ceylon, though.
That can't be, like, why would they expect that to work?
Oh, Mughals got bamboozled.
Oh, shit. Oh, there's some map errors.
Okay, the Qing are just going east. Wait, yeah, okay.
That's really good for Tokugawa.
Yes, it is.
Oh, and like you said, Netherlands are trying to take the Philippines.
Wait, didn't
Smart
Ayutthaya?
move.
Yeah, didn't Ayutthaya have Kumning? That is a map error, isn't it?
Yep, I'm working on it.
Okay. So we'll just look somewhere else for now. Pause.
Mughals did lose their capital, though, right?
Yes.
We gotta get the bot to do this for this band correctly. In the future. Okay. Let's see if we have all retreats. And I'm gonna lock orders. Let's see here. Zamboanga is a forced disband. Okay, order Zamboanga disband. Oh, hold on, I'll mute myself. You guys.
Alright.
I gotta say, Aymara and Mapuche seem to be coordinating pretty well.
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, that's actually really good coordination for a Blitz game as well.
Yep.
Yeah, good tactics from Mapuche. I mean, slightly annoying, like slightly outguessed by Portugal in some fashion, but really it doesn't make any difference, so it's good. Yeah, Portugal's going to get crunched into South America, so I think Portugal running away with it's not really going to happen anymore. Mali appears to be evacuating to the Sahara, like I suggested, which is funny.
Yeah, I mean, they can defend Timbuktu, Jen, and Ghadames. I mean, it's a form of survival. I don't know.
Just wait for I guess you're waiting for the other colonials to fight over the spoils, really.
Yeah. But Poland is still supporting Portugal.
Yep.
So, yeah, they all seem to be coordinating pretty effectively. England's still defending Netherlands. Yeah, this is not looking good. Portugal also making good progress against, why do I keep forgetting this power's name?
Ajuran? Yeah, Ajuran.
Yes. You could tell which part of the map I've never played in.
Let's see, what did the French fleets in the Mediterranean do? Why?
They cored Corsica?
They need more fleets in the Mediterranean.
I actually really do like Austria coring Naples. I think that's very smart.
Oh yeah, you have
I
to
don't
get
think
it
it's
done.
going to succeed, but
Yeah, Ottomans are going to take Naples here.
for sure.
I think. They might not. Because they only can get 3 on it. But that means Ice Cream's going to be... He's not going to be able to expand south, really. So he might be tempted to stab Poland a bit earlier than he was otherwise planning to.
Mm-hmm. The double support of Kiev strikes me as very strange. Salt basically thought that the Ottomans and the Russians were going to coordinate against him there, I guess.
Well, they have an allied
interesting.
against Safavid, so I think it's reasonable to be worried about that.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's this whole thing. It does look like if Mughals cooperates with Russia anymore, then Safavid's eastern flank is going to collapse. Because they convoyed from Turkmenistan to Tabriz, so it just falls.
And Portugal has Bandar Abbas, easy.
Yep.
Dead to rights.
The partition of the Persian Empire, which actually hasn't happened that often in my experience, at least.
Yeah, Ottomans are just collapsing to Abyssinia's attack, though. Like, it's over.
Alright, we're in this again. I think the confusion should be sorted out. The move went through. So basically what's happened was that while Ming was -2, they submitted 3 disbands. So it looked like Morocco would be disbanded, but the bot sensed that no, they only get to disband 2, so it selected 1 that stayed on the board.
Interesting.
Yeah, Morocco is like the worst of the centers in order to stay, but that's why you only submit 2 disbands when you only need 2 disbands, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, I just Abyssinia has 4 armies on Cairo right now, so I think Mecca and Cairo both fall this year. I don't know. Abyssinia's position.
Yeah.
I think Mecca survives.
Yeah,
Abyssinia
Abyssinia should be... Abyssinia is only at 9, but I expect them to speed up a lot from this point on.
Yeah.
It just takes a lot of time to get into position for Abyssinia often. But now they're ready to take Cairo and Mecca, as you said. Mara is still untaken. That's funny.
Oh yeah, that is funny.
But I mean, you couldn't construct a better scenario for Abyssinia because they've got a solid ally to the south who's also slowly collapsing.
I'd say it's quite a porous ally, actually.
Fair enough. No. That's
yeah. So what do we think about Portugal here? What are the developments this turn for them?
It's
they're doing okay. I mean, they got Madrid. They stole Madrid basically. They shouldn't have gotten it, but you know. Nice
they got into
happen.
Gunai. That's huge because they're also in Team RC now, so they can support themselves into Wagaman. Okay, Mapuche does have a fleet in Spio though, so they can tap Gunai. But still, this is an interesting position.
I think that they're gonna do good, but they're not gonna just overwhelm and end the game because Aymara and Mapuche are allied, and that's gonna cap any limit or any expansion in South America.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think their position in South America is actually a losing position.
Although Aymara
it does look like.
It looks like Spain is throwing dots to Aymara, but I'm not sure because Aymara it obviously wasn't No, maybe not.
Are you sure?
No, maybe
No,
not.
I don't think that's.
It almost looked like it
Oh.
for a second, but this unit
I
didn't put
think
that way.
they
So.
just tried to make peace, but Aymara just went in.
Amara said no peace.
If I had to guess. Yeah. So Aymara actually gets some speed here. That's cool.
Yep.
I think actually Aymara and Mapuche are doing well and actually don't need to stab each other. So
Yeah. Yeah. They don't have a reason to stab yet.
you know,
So that's cool.
we're definitely going to see some success there.
So it feels like we haven't actually talked a lot about North America, at least when I was here.
No, we haven't really.
What's our thought on the development of this area?
Athabasca is dead. Was our
Yeah,
initial.
Could be harder for them to do well now, at least.
They've been thoroughly squished between the Shoshone and the Inuits.
Yeah, so the problem is that this year they lose. I gotta use red, I guess. They lose that. They lose that. They lose. Let's see. They lose this. Depending on retreats, they maybe can hold on to the rest of their centers, but they probably lose Fort Detroit. Just like France will just opportunistically snipe it because France is just opportunistic and doesn't really have a long-term plan at this point. I don't think.
Yeah. I gotta say that England looks super solid over here in America.
Yep.
Like, it's such a good spot.
This is the result.
Yeah,
Like, they're slowly just expanding inward, getting armies, which is what England really needs in America. They'll start with a lot of fleet, not a lot of armies.
This is the result of.
It looks like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say this is the result of a failed French stab on England. Is England gets a really good position, and that's that.
I also think that England and Spain are cooperating relatively effectively. You know, there's not a ton that they have to do to coordinate, but there at least is no immediate threat of them stabbing each other. Ottomans actually had a bunch of holds again this turn.
So I imagine it's kind of hard to deal with Ottomans or Russia as one player.
Or Poland, for that matter.
Quite a lot of units. Most of the smaller regionals haven't really hit that mark yet, where they have too many units to order around.
I imagine if we run Imperial Diplomacy Blitz again, there could be some value to having multiple players per power.
Yeah, absolutely.
For all the powers, yeah.
Yeah, like three each for colonials and 2 for regionals or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that Flare anticipated the huge response, right? I mean,
it didn't take like 70 sign-ups.
Yeah, there were so many. There were like 70 sign-ups in like 2 days, and it's like, oh my god, guys, wow, okay.
Only 1 day, less than 1, I think.
It was just 1. Oh,
so it was really, it was really fast. After just like 2 hours, I had 50, I think. So the response was really good. If we can get game masters that are willing to pull this kind of stuff off, there is potential in a new kind of events for him, which is super cool.
Well, you'll be able to get the bot a little bit more, so that you don't have those kind of issues. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and also just the point when we make the bot output the actual image of the map, that's gonna save so much time.
Yeah.
So I think there's real potential in these kind of games, and it's gonna be really cool just to see the future of all this kind of events we're gonna be able to host here in ImpDip. Maybe like I really hope we can do like some sort of tournament in the future. That would be really cool.
We do have a ranking system.
I would love a tournament.
Oh, we have a ping going down. Let's see here. Oh, I forgot. We need spectators in this chat. Spectators. There is a anti-Moogle chat brewing. Very exciting.
I imagine England, Portugal, Ayutthaya.
It's Ayutthaya, England, Ming, Portugal, and Qing, even.
Well, Ming's not going to participate in that. That's for certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever invited Ming there just invited a spy.
Yeah, it's going to be leaked immediately.
I don't want to give away too much, but I got invited to some anti-Spain coalition or chats, and I was like, yeah, sure. Let me just leak absolutely everything to them.
Okay, we had a Portuguese unit that disappeared.
I'll
What's
be
the
honest,
deadline?
I don't even know if I would notice if one of my units disappeared as Portugal.
Yeah. I'll have to add that feed really quick. Edit. The unit.
I just put a funny comment in Council of Nations.
See here. Dot edit. Add unit. How do I add a unit? Create unit. Okay. I'm just gonna say, I'm still so incredibly thankful for this bot. It's so incredibly amazing, David. Like, imagine if we didn't have the bot. I don't think we would be able to find 15 game masters who would like to run a game if we didn't.
Oh, and it would be impossible with no bot. Oh god.
Yeah. Yeah. So we really like, if we're gonna say like two people, or like groups of people that has really helped ImpDip become what it is today. It is the Diplostrat duo, and it's Ice Cream Bumble and Ebop. Those are really pulling a big weight in making all of this possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Just getting the publicity of having Diplostrats as a very close friend to the community helps us a lot. Not to be undervalued at all. It's here. Okay, I'm just gonna have to upload the updated map with the new unit. I think the players will like appreciate this break coming in after like this year a lot.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully.
I mean, once the break happens, I'm
I'll-
leaving my house. So.
Oh yeah, right. You're leaving us. This is so sad.
If I was able to be here for the whole day, I would have played, and it would have been
Fair enough.
gloriously chaotic.
Yeah. What power would you sign up as?
I don't know, honestly. I didn't give it that much thought.
What are you playing in beta? Even?
Russia.
Nice. That's cool.
I get to fight Sweden and Poland and Ottomans and Safavids at the same time. It's very fun.
Oh no.
Luckily, they're only it's a 4v1. It's a 4v1, but I'm gonna be building, so it's fine.
Right. That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm playing as Spain, and we haven't even had our first turn go yet.
Oh yeah, because a couple games just started, right?
Yep.
Well, make sure to bounce English channel.
As Spain?
As Spain?
Yeah. You gotta get the Armada up there, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh,
No,
how lovely.
I settled on a Mediterranean focused strategy. which I probably shouldn't be saying anything since my first moves haven't been published yet. But
Well, you see, as Spain, DamienReave decided he was going to stab Portugal immediately. So Portugal, you really got to get out there and edit your moves. Okay.
Ooh.
This is a joke.
quiet. Say nothing.
That was a joke.
No way. Okay, we have just a couple more minutes before Paul adjudicates.
Yep.
Like, I find
I'm
it
just
funny
checking
that
the
a
audience.
surprisingly big number of players are actually using their voids.
Got to organize
Like-
your thoughts somehow in this crazy game.
Yeah.
I'm just checking the audience to see if the Portugal player is in. He's not, so.
Damn.
Ooh, I can't wait to get outside. It's a nice balmy 23 degrees outside. It's Fahrenheit.
Oh.
I don't know what that is Celsius.
Not sure. I'm not
Negatives.
good at conversion. Yeah.
It's in the negatives.
Can't believe these Europeans have inferior temperature measurements. Am I right?
It's
No.
-5.
Okay. I got -9.
-9.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
I live in Sweden.
Oh yeah, because you're in Sweden. So we're very used to the cold flare. We're cold-blooded people, both of us.
Yep. How lovely.
Mm.
What area are we most excited for this phase?
I want to see.
What area do we want to see develop?
I want to see what
wanna
happens
see-
in Eastern Europe. I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to see what happens.
Yeah,
I-
with Salt and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to see how Sweden responds to Poland ultimately. 'Cause Poland
Yeah.
had very pro-Sweden moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still like a bit confused by Salt's moves this season. Just rushing out into Siberia.
So I've played quite a few games with Salt, and I think what's happening here is he's doing his best in order to placate Sweden after a kind of, a little bit of a play there where he convinced him in order to stab Russia, but then caused him to lose Helsingfors, and he's trying to make very pro-Sweden moves because he really doesn't want to have to fight Sweden right now. Is my speculation.
It feels about right. Although I also feel like you should have just killed Sweden and called it a day. But
Well,
that's the
he would
pressure
have-
take.
No, I mean, he would have needed to build a fleet in Wilno, though. Like
Yeah. Like we mentioned.
it would have definitely. So it kind of goes all the way back to that one lack of a fleet. 3 is bigger than 2. So, I mean, it's definitely possible that he reverses course and tries to stab Sweden, but I think in Salt's mind, he's going to want to lull Sweden into complacency for a year or two before he makes his move. So
Yeah. The problem is that
Yeah.
lulling somebody into complacency in Blitz is a lot harder than in longer formats. Because
Yeah,
in,
for sure.
in a longer format, it would be like a week, and Sweden would be like, oh yeah, Salt, that guy's my buddy, he helped me into a center. Or in Blitz, it was like an hour ago that Salt was like coming for your head, so you were going to remember that one.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. For sure. I wish I could we could listen in to like the colonial voice chats right now, because for those who don't know, the colonials are played by 2 players huddling in a voice chat each. So it should be a pretty funny dynamic. I still just really want to hear how they organize their moves together and all that. I haven't actually taken a look at the order channels and like who enters what orders and all that.
The other big
Sure.
question mark to me is the England-Netherlands alliance and how long that lasts.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
I haven't really gotten that far into France yet, but I suppose it will crash pretty soon. Should do as well, at least.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I might start looking at how orders are coming along for these guys.
Honestly, the Netherlands are not doing great in Indonesia. They got They got dotted by France in Ceylon. They swapped centers with Ayutthaya.
Wait,
They
they
did
swapped where with Ayutthaya?
not deliberately. They took a center and then lost a center to Spain, and then took a center from Spain.
No,
Is
they
all
kept
Okay,
the
yeah.
center,
kind of
right?
amounts to nothing.
No, they're fine because they kept Cotabato because they bounced in Natuna Sea.
Yeah. No, but there's a fleet in Natuna.
Yeah, exactly. Netherlands bounced, so they held on
Oh,
to
okay.
Cotabato.
I see what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
So they're actually doing okay,
Yeah.
I think. Because Spain also
Yeah.
did this like self-bouncing thing. I don't know what Spain was doing tactically here, but it obviously didn't work, and it wasn't going to work. I think Tokugawa was probably do something similar to what I did when I was Tokugawa, which is telling Netherlands, "Hey, Netherlands, buddy, let's work together against Spain and the Philippines, and you can have the southern island, and I'll have the northern island." And Tokugawa's going to get supported in by Netherlands, and then Tokugawa's going to be like, "Oh, Netherlands, I see that you don't have the fleets there to support yourself in the Philippines. It would be a shame if somebody just took the islands."
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
just
that
take them.
it's definitely a devil's bargain. They're working with Tokugawa because Tokugawa has absolutely no reason to stop his southern advance.
Yeah, no,
you know?
and well, as
Yeah.
Tokugawa, the most, other than like Japan and like the things immediately around it, the most important islands to control are these ones right here. Because if you have these islands, this was like kind of the crux of one of my strategies, is if you have the Philippines, nobody's gonna go in this direction. Nobody can go in that direction, so you're fine.
Yep.
So you grab those islands and you hold on to them for all they're worth, and they're worth a lot.
And honestly, like the whole coastline of China is really just open to be taken as well. So
Although the coastline of China is actually not that valuable, funnily enough. That always
Yeah.
got me, right, as Tokugawa, because you're like, I kind of want to attack Ming, but then like half of Ming's centers are so far away that you can't reach them, and like a quarter of them you can reach, but if you take them, Qing's gonna kill you. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of
Yeah.
awkward.
do you think that the Qing Tokugawa alliance stays stable?
I think it does. I don't think Qing ever can really effectively stab. Like, the only way Qing can effectively stab Tokugawa is if Tokugawa like goes to sleep and stops like building fleets in Aomori every turn. Which is what he should be doing, for the record. Tokugawa should constantly be putting a fleet there so that if Qing ever gets any ideas, he gets bounced.
Yeah, and the did he finish coring in Korea? I think he did, right? 2 turns in a row.
I think so, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's got
Yeah.
the circle and everything. Yeah. Okay. So he could always be producing there.
Okay,
as
orders
well.
locked now. Orders locked. Sweet. Okay, I'll go adjudicate. You guys have fun for a couple
Thanks.
minutes.
I'm glad I had 2 cups of water for this, so I didn't have to get up for any more water. Water. Water good.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, especially when you're like talking for 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
Right. Oh.
I have my 0 sugar pink lemonade. My drink of choice.
Yeah. I don't know. Lemonade tends to like make the back of my throat kind of hurt. I don't know. Maybe not hurt, but like kind of drier. It's weird. Ugh.
Okay, so let's both speculate on a top 3. I'm gonna say Poland, Abyssinia, England is my top 3 in that order.
I agree. I think England actually is probably the best positioned. After England, I like Portugal, honestly, quite a bit. And then I think Qing. I think England, Portugal, and Qing are on my horses. England, I think England has just kind of slow played this very well. He's manipulated the Netherlands perfectly to do his bidding. He's not made any crazy moves. He's just solidified the core fundamental strengths of the English position. and there hasn't been much pushback from neighbors like France, and so he's just had a very good time.
So the one disadvantage that England does have is he has a high VSCC, and that's gonna really that starts to work against you as the game goes into the end game. Whereas somebody like Abyssinia is the minimum VSCC. You know, every center that Abyssinia takes towards the end game is just worth more percentage.
Yes, but I think that England's done a very good job, like I said, of preserving, like, not just the strength, I guess, but also just like the places you have leverage to expand quickly. Like, England's going to have a decent amount of leverage because England is the one who got Anticosti. So England's going to be able to slot in fleets and armies like here and here and here, and then from North Atlantic to here, and you're going to be able to get, if you position correctly, a good stab at Inuit. And a good stab at Inuit means you just swallow all of these centers, and then you get up here pretty quickly, which is good. The other thing, England hasn't cored Iceland. I think if it was cored, this would be very different. It would be much better for England, but even then, England getting up and around and this way is just some centers that aren't very easy for anybody to go get, except for him, really. Which I like. I see a lot of good fundamental play from England. Like, India's kind of similar in here, where Portugal's putting England in Delhi, which is good both for, it's a center, but also because if England is in Delhi and has an army here in Raja and then builds an army here, England can actually pretty effectively stab Portugal if he really wants to. I don't think he will, and that's why I picked Portugal, but it's just like something to keep in mind, I guess, is that it's possible.
Yeah, and I didn't put Portugal in my top
went out.
3.
Okay.
There's no orders to look at.
But I do agree that they're in a great position.
Yeah, Portugal's hard. Portugal, boom or bust, really, is how I view it. So we'll see. Anyways, orders. Let's go top left, bottom right again. Athapasca decided to die. That's the only interpretation I have of these orders. I don't get it. Like, okay.
Well, I mean, Inuit's orders are fairly benign towards them, so I think that they made peace.
No, because the army moved this way. Inuit just literally couldn't take any more centers.
I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe... Yeah, and then the one army moving north. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess, actually, no, maybe I overdid it at first. I don't think Athapasca decided to die because he did hold on to his centers he had already. I will take back everything I said. Athapasca is actually kind of a genius for doing this. Because the problem with Athapasca's position here is that anything you have can be cut. Inuit could, like, cut this or cut this way. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that Inuit could have done to make your position really annoying. So instead, he just focused on cutting literally every support that Shoshone could have used to get at him. And that was actually really effective. And yeah, that was really effective. That worked very well. So I take back what I said. This was smart. Very smart.
Yeah, I think that Athap will survive for the moment. The question is, the only thing that can really save him, like, long term is a Spanish stab on the Shoshone. So we'll see whether that's in the cards. I kind of doubt it.
It's probably not in the cards. I think Spain is not going to have the leverage to really get at Shoshone, but especially with Tokugawa doing like this.
Well, what is Tokugawa doing now?
Getting next to Mexico with a fleet.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, in Berlanga Ridge. That's fun. And we see interesting stuff in the Philippines.
1 second. Before we get there, we're going down. So I guess we'll finish off North America first. It looks like status quo. Bounce in Fort Detroit. England wins against France.
There's not a bounce in Fort Detroit because Dutch get it. Dutch get into Fort Detroit there, I think.
England, I think, maybe dotted Spain. I don't know if it was a full stab or just a dot. I think it was just a dot personally because England could have gone for St. Augustine. But that is the thing that happened. Poland got his bounces.
It may have been
done.
a swap for something, but I don't see... Yeah, I'm not sure what it would have been a swap for.
Could have just been England using leverage to take Cap Haitian, but if it's not agreed, then Spain retreats to Antilles coast, and that's a really annoying place to deal with them. So we'll see. But maybe Spain won't have the ability to maintain that unit because of this. Wait, I don't have the. Why isn't my drawing working? I want to draw.
Oh yeah, what's going on in Iberia here?
Okay, 1 second. This is painful. Oh, that's why. Okay, 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm having but I'm not allowed to draw on the map apparently. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back. So before we get there, Dutch Stab Aymara, which indicates.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean it's a 1-dot stab. I don't know if it's worth it.
And
but...
Putumayo is going into Huitoto? No, it's not.
No.
Okay, it's just not taking support. Okay.
Yeah, it's just whatever. Mapuche gets a dot, which is good for him. Congo got St. Helena. Mali is doing that Sahara thing of just dotting people, and he got both. They got both. Look at that.
Oh shit! No way. That's silly. Ooh, there is a funny little stab from Abyssinia into Ajuran, I think. It's just a dot though.
Yeah, Congo. Oh yeah. Ajuran's dead.
Mali kind of recovered, actually, weirdly.
Yeah,
Mali's gonna build.
No, they're not. They held at 4.
1, 2.
Yeah, they're losing both Perusa and Kangaba here.
Yep.
Are they losing Carusa?
Yeah, they are. Because Portugal's already in it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, sadly.
But they're maintaining units, which is really impressive for the fact that they've been fighting all of their neighbors since the very start of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Also, Congo fully stabbed Netherlands here, but it was only a 1-dot stab. So.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
I think it's fine. It's only a 1-dot stab, but they forced Netherlands into Fernando Po, so the Netherlands can only build 1 unit in the area, so they're gonna get away with it, I think.
Russia's just dead.
Oh yeah, let's see what happened in Europe now. No, Russia's dead.
Russia is dead.
Oh yeah, England got Arbadores.
Yeah, because he lost Helsingfors,
Oh yeah, this
he
is
didn't
not
take
looking good.
Archangels, he lost Verkhoturye, he lost Dorsk. He did get Bukhara, so maybe he's not like dead, but he didn't get anything in the east, so he's just he's dead. I agree, dead.
I mean, he's gonna be a rump state in the Caucasus for a little while, but it's pretty over.
Austria held on to Naples and stole Sarajevo.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I think the Ottomans kind of dropped the ball there.
Bad tactics. And France finished core in Corsica. That way he can build more fleets.
Watch France have some sort of miraculous comeback centered around Corsica and make us all look dumb.
That would be quite something.
It would be funny, at least. This is like some I don't know what the tactics here are, but you probably have to support yourself into Dijon so you don't lose it like this. Or something, or like hold yourself, because he went to Marseille. No, because he was not already in Marseille with the army like he should have been, so the tactics were just irrecoverable. I lied. Poland is going towards the Netherlands and coring Kiel. He's gonna get away with that, so I guess Salt sees the Netherlands as his next expansion route.
Well, I mean, he does seem to have made peace with Sweden somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
So, I think that is.
What do we think about Austria's game here?
Austria?
Yep.
This is a really
Austria's
good Austria
doing
game.
fantastic.
Yeah, this
fantastic.
is like a top 1% Austria game in my opinion.
Yeah, it's looking really good so far.
I think Austria has seen a fair bit of success in some of the alpha games, so maybe not top 1%, but definitely excellent.
Well, by the end of year 3, having Sarajevo, Naples, and Dijon, I think that's top 1%. Because he's successfully acquired all 3 expansion routes.
Yeah. Yep. Now he just needs to make sure Poland stays off balance.
Well, and the funny thing is that of the people that Poland is likely to stab, I think that Sweden is much higher on that list than Austria is. So,
Well, I just think Poland is slightly out of position with some of these units,
Yeah.
like Kirsten's ones. I think that these two units, especially going east, it kind of looks funny. It's annoying for Russia to deal with, but at the same time,
Yeah.
it's 2 units, 1 center, and there's no long-term benefit to doing that either.
Yeah, no, I'm not a super big fan of that whole expedition to the west, east.
Yeah, I don't think it works very well. Like just efficiency wise, it's inefficient.
Yep.
the fact that the Ottomans are still fighting Spain is just bizarre to me. You are collapsing on every front.
I don't know. Maybe this is like opportunism, but yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing here. This is just.
Yeah. I honestly think that this is a case of built too many fleets and doomed yourself on land in other places.
But like, I also at the same time, Spain cut Tyrrhenian Sea, so Spain was already kind of hostile and preventing him from getting Naples properly. So I don't blame him too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's Europe is looking pretty interesting so far, I think. I like it.
Did the Ottomans? It looks like the Ottomans supported France into Rome. I have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah, France can't get Rome from Ligurian Sea, right? Oh no, he could have. Oh wait, did he get it? Wait,
I
that
think
was
he did.
That was because this goes like that, right?
Yeah.
Does it? Oh, I forget from my France game.
It's just a lot of question marks.
I'm gonna open up the results map in my browser just to check. Oh no, it didn't work because
Just
Spain cut.
posted retreat, by the way.
Spain cut, so it didn't work.
Okay.
Okay, let me grab retreats and try to draw them. Before I do that, I'm gonna start my car. I have a car starter. This is great. I can start my car.
I just
From the house.
the fact that England is in Kabul is hilarious to me, but.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that. Would you
The
retreat
Graveyard of
to
Empires.
Kabul or Ahmedabad? Because I think Ahmedabad is kind of better.
I mean, there's no real good way of kicking you out of Kabul.
I suppose
Ahmedabad definitely has more units
Get our
around it.
map over
But...
there.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah, so he retreated.
Damn, I'm so sad about the Dutch not getting their foothold in the Philippines.
Did they lose it?
Yeah, they the Spanish and Tokugawa worked together and kicked out
no. Why did
Dutch
Toku
Zamboanga.
do that? Oh, that's so bad. You could have had Manila.
Ming is down.
I think it's pretty good for Tokugawa because now they're positioned to take all of the Philippines instead.
No, but Spain can just build a fleet in Manila, can't they? I mean, I guess Spain doesn't have any builds, right? Does Spain have builds?
Spain is -1.
Yeah, Ming is down to
Lucky.
2 centers, by the way. So
Yeah, dead Ming.
Yeah.
and they're not adjacent, so they're 100% dead.
Yeah. Safavid is only at 4. So we can expect a pretty dead Safavid as well.
Yeah, well, 3 of their centers at least are adjacent. So
Yeah, I mean, this is
actually, who is it that kills Safavids though? The Ottomans are dying. The Mughals are struggling. Russia's definitely not in a position to do an offensive. I think Safavids survive.
I think they're gonna survive, but like not because their position is necessarily good. It's just that nobody, like the only person who really would have incentive to get in there and try to dig them out is Portugal, but Portugal doesn't have the armies to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Portugal can get Shiraz pretty easily, but other than that,
Man, Abyssinia's position continues to amaze me. I don't see what could possibly stop Abyssinia.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good. How much is Congo gaining this year, actually?
They got-
Congo is at
they got
+3.
Oreo.
Oh god. Yeah, so I imagine they build the Kinshasa Soyo fleets here, and an army like Congo or something.
Yep.
Yeah, they just go for
Congo
it.
looks really solid.
I think that people are. I mean, the tempo is really high, but I think that some people definitely aren't valuing coring enough necessarily, though. Like,
Yeah.
I think if Congo had Benguela cored, he'd be able to go a lot faster. I think if let me see, this isn't like something that could have happened, but something that should happen. Abyssinia, I think, needs to core Cairo as quickly as possible, even if that means stopping fighting the Ottomans for like a few seconds.
Congo is one of the best cores in the entire game, so
Yeah.
definitely a +1 on that idea.
Yeah, Cairo is really needed to be a core, and I think you can. I think there's a decent chance you could leverage it from the Ottomans at this point.
I mean, there's the only unit that can even attack you is Mecca, right? So
Yeah. Let's see, but yeah, I think very quick tempoed game, for certain.
Yeah, for sure. This is just the end of year 3. That's insane.
yeah, the fact
Like-
that Mali is almost dead already is the fact
Yeah.
that Mali was so dead that they've actually managed to. I mean, their current position is somewhat of a recovery, honestly.
They're doing like
They
the
could have
camel
been, like,
nomad
straight
thing.
Yeah.
By the way, can we just talk a bit more about how solid England's position have become in the Americas? It's a bit terrifying.
Oh yeah, England is.
Like-
We when Damien and I were discussing which 3 powers we thought were going to be top 3, we didn't agree on much, but we both agreed that England was going to be top 3. This position is just
Yeah.
unassailable.
It must
this is all the strengths of England, but like solidified.
Yeah, it
It's
sure
excellent.
is. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the game progresses from this point. How's Spain doing? They have -1 right here.
So for
Uh,
posterity's sake, I said Poland, England, Abyssinia, or
Okay.
maybe I said Poland, Abyssinia, England. Actually, is I think what I said.
Yeah.
And what'd you say?
It was
KOP?
like England, Portugal, and Qing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Qing is really looking really good as well at 16 dots now. One of the faster regionals so far.
So my problem
that's
with
very cool.
Portugal, I think Portugal has played a fantastic game. I think that Portugal is a very skilled player. They still just don't have that unassailable core of strength that I think it takes in order to really be a front runner. And until we see that, I think that they're still very vulnerable.
I'm gonna be honest, I think this might be the strongest Portuguese Europe we have ever seen. I
Yeah.
think there's potential in them just like wiping out rest of Iberia and Ottomans being so weak that Portugal can go into the Mediterranean.
Portugal can become Spain.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I think we could seriously see that. Which would be just insane.
So
yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. given
my
this.
issue with that is that it's in order for Portugal to be successful in the Mediterranean, you need to see a bunch of Spanish fleets get disbanded, and Spain is doing pretty well in other parts of the map, and so you
That's
get
fair
into this weird situation where Spain could be losing on other fronts, but they still won't have disbands because they have, they're doing okay in certain places, and so.
Yeah.
Sometimes you even have a situation where you wish you could disband your fleets and be successful in other places to actually get builds where you're making progress. And so in a blitz game, you just don't have time to do coordinated force disbands and stuff. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Maybe if they talk to France, because France does have those 2 fleets, you know?
Oh yeah, the secret French fleets suddenly coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think there's still potential for an okay Ottoman, but they have to like hyper focus on Persia right now to make sure that they can conquer that area. But
There's like KOP said, there's a good chance that Abyssinia actually wants to spend some time consolidating right now. In which case, maybe the Ottomans have the chance in order to take out Safavids and reconstitute a core of strength to let them continue to fight.
For sure.
I don't know. It's tough. I'd like to see. I mean, I just see a lot of Ottoman fleets and a lot of Spanish fleets, and not a lot of centers that they both have to support those fleets.
Yeah.
It's kind of a head scratcher, and a lot of French fleets. Like the Mediterranean is so oversaturated for what it actually has. I don't know. It's a big question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Spain was somewhat weak, so Ottomans felt kind of justified building all those armies, but then Ottomans kind of neglected their other fronts by doing that, and they didn't get any really significant gains out of it, so it's just kind of chaos.
I think the mistake from the Ottoman player was not respecting Abyssinia. Like, Abyssinia, I don't even really know if it was a stab. I feel like Abyssinia has just been, like, more or less consistently hostile.
Yeah, they've just been, like, slowly. It's like, oh.
So, I'm just about to finish up last adjudication of this session now, and I just want to thank everyone who has checked in, and I hope you guys will come back for the second session. I want to thank KingOfPrussia for being an amazing host of the map during this session, and we'll sadly have to say farewell to him. Because
Indeed.
you have to leave. This is so sad.
Away I must go, away I shall go. Such is life.
Yes, and instead we will get one of the Imperial Realm reporters, being a Sportsball, who is often responsible for the data part of the realm. So that's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I've heard some rumors about the Imperial Realm, probably like trying to cover this game in an article or two. So that's gonna be really cool. There might be an announcement from the realm soonish, because they're preparing for all the beta 1 articles and such, and
should be exciting. When are we reconvening?
At in around 50 minutes is the plan. So go eat or something, whatever you need to do.
Well,
all right.
Thanks for having me. I'm gonna end my recording now, but good little bit of
Blitz,
and guess see how it goes.
Feel free to send over that video file to me later.
Yep.
So I can put it all together. Thank you.